Okay, let's go. What's up, dudes? Caleb was Sunday? What's Caleb? Smut when, right now. You're in the smut pit. Welcome to the smut pit, where we do everything in our power to make sure someone ejaculates. The most important thing in the world. Collaboration. With who, though? Who did I collaborate with? Collaborated with your mom and dad to raise you right. Joe, I just had a great interview today. I just wanted to let you know, thank you so much for all the years of content. You really make a difference in my life. Love you, buddy. Love you too, bro. Thank you. How'd the interview go? What happened? What the hell happened? Can I please have one poutines without the ejaculation sauce? The Canadian syrup. Oh, compilation. Yes, yeah. That was Monday's video, yeah. You got a neck tattoo today. Holy crap. It better have been a spider. A creepy, crawly, photorealistic spider. How's the weather in PA? It's snowing its ass off in Ohio. Yeah, it's been rainy the past like week. It's been kind of on that cuff of freezing / low 40s. So, goodbye snow. What's up, Astrid? Interview with Absolutely Stellar. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be a golf club fitter next week. Golf club fitter. Interesting. What is that? And kind of just like making custom clubs for people. I feel like that would pay some pretty dang good money. I remember meeting somebody who made like custom putters for people as like they're in their, this is more their retirement kind of vibe, but it seemed like it paid a pretty penny. What days do you drop new content? New videos come out every Monday, Thursday. So this one will be for tomorrow's video. And then the podcast, the Let's Read podcast, which is the same stuff, but larger compilation of that comes out Tuesdays on all podcast platforms. And then we also got Saturn Soul. Don't forget about Saturn Soul, guys. I think everyone's forgotten. They've given up. They don't care anymore. But there's a new Saturn Soul video out about a deadly plot to blow up an airplane. They did do it. They did blow it up. Just spoiler alert. New true crime video. Yippee! People's deaths. Just kidding. Hey, you guys are the ones that want to watch it, not me. Custom club fitting sets can range from 4 to 8K. The commission of that can be pretty sweet. I imagine, dude. That's sick. I mean, I think this would be a good job for you because imagine how much you'll learn, over the couple years you do it until eventually you're like probably going to go start a competitor, I imagine. Secretly, on the low key, making clubs on Etsy. The Etsy Betsy Spider. Long-time listener, first stream I've been able to watch. Welcome. Yeah. It's been a few days since the last stream, but I'm glad to have you guys here. We are going to be reading Dark Family Secrets, an all-time fave amongst listeners, so that's exciting. But basically going to be recording the stories. Feel free to get comfy. Say whatever you want. Ask whatever you want. I don't give a flirp. I don't give a flirpin' snurp. What stream is starting soon? It's going to be me recording the story. It'll be a more spooky atmosphere here in 6 minutes or so. And then we'll be reading the spookies. Have you seen the movie Anthropoid or Killing Hydrich? I've not. No, that sounds completely foreign to my ears. What is that? I have been playing Astrobot on the PS5. I got a PS5 specifically just to play Astrobot. And it's a fun game. It's very, very easy. It almost feels like it's like one big tech demo for the PlayStation 5, which is fine. It's just, I don't know. Joel, do you stream when you record Saturn Soul? So technically, the Saturn Soul true crime stuff is stuff that I've already recorded on the channel. And so now we're just turning them into like actual edited videos to try to reach a new audience and start a new channel and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's great. I found some like secret levels in it that actually were like challenging. It was kind of random because it was like there's like these stars in the galaxy, these little decorative stars, and I was like swimming through them, and then all of a sudden opened up this one area, and then I just did it again after beating that like quick one, and then it opened up 4 new ones, and those were sort of challenging, you know. But the one thing I noticed like playing on the TV, because I'm so used to playing games on my PC where you're just like right up on the, you know, the screen's shit, is that with the TV you're a little bit further back, so like for some reason seeing like depth perception in relation to like platforming jumping games and stuff, I kind of like get a little fucked up and was missing a lot of shit. It's whatever, but I've been hella AFK from the chat last few months. It's okay, Jonah, how you doing? Yeah, how you doing? What's new? I'll be here. It's winter, baby. Joel, is it true? What true? Is it goo? Wait until you get to the final level. Okay, perfect. But yeah, Astrobot's been lit. Other than that, just chilling. How was your guys' tweekend? Did you smoke any meth? Anybody got any projects coming? Anybody do anything interesting? Anything cool? Designing band merch. That's cool. Like for your band or for high school band? You live in the projects? We better get to work. We gotta fix them. A bunch of fixer-uppers over there in Section 8. JK. Hi, Mr. Joe. What's up, Jetta? How we doing? Been doing good. Joe's still watching all the Let's Reviews. Living in Tulsa, but trying to move back to Seattle in April. Interesting. That's kind of a big jump. I'm gonna see the band Rush in October. Dude, I love Rush. Rush is... And then that band Yes. The band Yes is one of my favorites ever. You do upholstery, kind of cool. Yeah, that's sweet. I'm practicing my art, digital drawing, expressions, and bodies. That sounds awesome. I'm glad everybody's creator of sorts. You got to do it. You know what I mean? The soul yearns for it in some way, right? You know. Oh, Roundabout. Yeah, I love the song Roundabout. What's the one? You guys know that band, The Moody Blues. That one song from The Moody Blues. I forget what it was called, but that was like so addictive. Breathe deep. The something gloom. Nights in White Satin. Yeah, I used to hear that shit on like fucking classic rock radio shit growing up, right? It was like between classic rock and like hip hop stations and shit, and like I don't know. I miss hearing like classic rock through some like shitty shortwave radio, not even shortwave, but just FM radio stuff. There's something about the frequencies and quality of FM radio and hearing something on there that's like, it's just fascinating because it's like it had to be literally designed for it, right? So the sound had to be like just as clear on there. Whereas nowadays it's like, it's just not quite the same. Listen, while I sweep the stables at the work at the stud, I'm a muso and a sword swallower, animal trainer too. What the fuck, you work in the circus? That's crazy. They make the sword swallower sweep up poop? That's some BS, bro. You should be up in the rafters having sex with a mustachioed lady. Have you watched Heated Rivalries? Yeah, I watch. I'm a huge gay hockey player. Fanatic. I consume all gay hockey works of fiction and non-fiction too. Over on spankbank.com. I saw Rush in 2015 for the last tour with Neil. That's awesome. Do you like to camp? I've been camping. I like it afterwards, you know, and I like it during. But there's just something about it overall that I'm like, well, it kind of makes sense. We made houses so we don't have to camp anymore. I mean, technically you are camping every day. It's just that you have the most bougie tent you could ever imagine with a refrigerator in it. I mean, I know people say like, well, there's nothing like roughing it. And it's like, there's a lot of things like roughing it. And if we want to go outside and pretend we're homeless for a little bit, that's fine. But I like to get back to my Xbox before it gets cold. I only met 2 Rush fans, IRL, and 2 online. Yeah, I remember that one movie with Paul Rudd, I Love You Man. I think wasn't he like a huge Rush fan in that movie? Slap at the bass, man. Alright guys, who wants to hear some spooker stories? Xbox or PlayStation? Honestly, I lean more towards the PlayStation just because it still has some, exclusives for the most part until they make it to PC. You love me forever. Thank you, Emma. I love you too. Okay. But yeah, PC Master Race all the way. You really can't go wrong with a portable personal computer, a PPC. Smoking a fatty, where's the stories? We're about to kick it off right here. We got 4 of them. Dark family secrets. And Uncle Long Deceased used to be into lots of 60s, 70s music, grew up with 70s, 80s, 90s rock. Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. I like it all though, Music is music, right? I think. A signature Japanese Getty jazz bass from 2002. It's amazing. You should get Paul Rudd to sign it. Sitsitar, thank you for the gifter to your boy Ethan. I got a mean message in my Patreon saying, Joel, when the fuck are the free stories gonna be back again? I think they meant like bonus content. But they were very, very angry that I haven't made bonus content in a while, and I do apologize for that. I don't know, time kind of just gets away from me sometimes, and I'm just like not super motivated. I'm motivated to get here, to do YouTube, do my normal schedule. It's from the OG Mass 98 production run because it had a Fender limited edition neck plate. That's awesome. You play yourself then, Bird? What do you play? Are you in a band? So I can't be too generous with the details because this is obviously a very personal thing for both me and my immediate family. But to give you a bit of background, I grew up in the United Kingdom to a very moderate Muslim family. And by very moderate, I mean none of my sisters wear hijabs, the traditional hair covering. We own Christmas jumpers and have Christmas dinner, and I only go to mosque maybe once a year around Eid. Now we pray 5 times a day, and we like praying together as a family when possible. And we also abstain from booze and bacon, and although my mom loves cooking Italian, and oh my god, she so wants to be Italian, she always uses halal meat. Now I say all this to paint a picture of my family, and the same thing applies to my extended family too. And it's a member of that extended family that this story is all about. In September of last year, so 2024, me and my sister were reminiscing over Snapchat. We got talking about a party. Did I say that right? Eid? E-I-D, Eid? Or is it? I think it's Eid, right? The bass is essentially a 72 reissue from Japan because it emulates Getty's 72 Jazzy. That's cool. It's crazy to think, like, just the technology and something to generate the sound that you want. You should invent your own instrument. That'd be kind of sick. All you have to do is just add like a musical scale to it in some strange abstract way, and boom, shala boom. Wait, did you guys hear about, this was in Pennsylvania. Hey, Shorn, what's up, buddy? Did you hear in Pennsylvania there was a guy,
and I swear it wasn't me, No matter what they say, don't tell them.
There's a guy who got, he like was grave robbing like a graveyard in Pennsylvania, and he had like upwards of like 4, or maybe, how many was it? Like 200 skeletons in his like bodies, basically just bodies that he would then sell on his Instagram or something. It was, I don't know, it was fucking crazy. 180, holy shit. Yes, it's giant. Thank you for the two singular dollars. Thank you. I'm rubbing them together like copper. Pennsylvania isn't real. Nice try. I know, it's just a made up freaking, it's literally where fake Dracula lives, aka Justin. I'm his Igor.
Justin, we got to get to the graveyard. Come on, Justin. To the graveyard, come on.
Joel, this is Justin's voice. Joel, why do you always want to go to the graveyard?
'Cause that's where the girls are, Justin. Come on.
You're such a pervert.
Bring a shovel.
Oh, shit, what's up? I just discovered your channel a few days ago. I already listened to probably 20 of your videos. Thank you, Jennifer. Good to see you. Thank you for listening. Seems like the channel's been kind of getting a little push lately, so I really appreciate that. We were on the downslide for a while, and then our leaders over at the CIA were like, Susan Wojcicki, get Let's Read's channel 500,000 views, please. What's up, Rupee? Hear me out. A guitar, but replace the strings with a smaller guitar. I replaced the guitar with strings and put it on a bigger guitar. Boom. Guitarception. My 22-year-old son didn't think much about the bones, but asked him how he would feel if it was his Mima's bones, and then he got how bad that is. He's like, I want those bones, not him. Dark Family Secrets, and yeah, it's good stuff. How have you been? I've been good, honestly. We've been rocking in the free world. We got talking about a party that we went to when I was 6 and she was 8, and how we fell out because I refused to wear a different colored dress than her. And then I remember laughing about how petty we were, when I had this weird kind of flashback and saw an older boy's face in some long dormant memory. Now I did a quick mental inventory, counted all of our cousins in my head, and then realized that he was a spare. And by that I mean I couldn't quite remember if he was a relative or not. Now in the end, it was just me and my sister who group text. In the end, it was just me and my sister who group text our mom to get her to settle it. Oh, I see. Yes, it's giant with the 2 says, appreciate the stream time. It's severely hungover. Oh, I'm sorry, friend. That's never fun. I suggest no more alcohol ever again. Do you pre-read stories for the emotion and punctuation you deliver to us? No, I kind of just read it as I go here dry, but then sometimes I kind of just like, you know, you get like a vibe for how you did it, and you're like, well, that sounded weird, let's do it again. And then I try to just get it to sound nice as we go along. How many times have been killed in our craters? Too many freaking times by rats and goblins. That game stinks, but I also kind of like it a lot. In the end, it was just me and my sister who group texted our mom to get her to settle it once and for all. But then, the strangest thing happened. We knew this boy was real. I mean, all our brothers and sisters remembered who we were talking about, but when we asked Mom, she denied all knowledge. We were texting her like, was he this auntie's son or that auntie's son, thinking that Mom's going to suddenly remember and say, oh yeah, I remember now. But she didn't. She just kept on saying that she didn't remember until it actually got kind of weird. Now, the next time I was home, I went through all the family albums trying to find a photo of the boy that I was talking about. And there were a lot of old photos of birthday parties, iftars, and Eid celebrations, but I didn't see the face of that older boy anywhere. It got to the point where I started to feel a bit mental, but I knew that I wasn't just imagining stuff. And so I ended up asking my dad if he remembered who I was talking about, and when I did, he started acting very, very cagey. Now, he got this almost frightened look about him, and then couldn't hide the nervousness in his voice when he said, "Have you asked your mom?" Now, he might as well have said that spy thing. You know the one. I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of blah blah blah. As basically an admission that blah blah exists or had happened, and so I knew something weird was going on when he too offered only a very cagey denial. Now, I might have uncovered some kind of family spiracy. Joe, thanks for giving me the courage to finally tame the Wendigo that's been living behind my tool shed. He has no teeth. All gums. I play Helldivers. I haven't as much, but once in a while I'll jump in it with some friends, and it's pretty cool. I smoked meth for the first time ever. I don't recommend it. It's far too addictive. I had it once through the pipe years ago under the tongue. Never again. It was sensational. Dude, damn. Please be careful. That's the destroyer of families right there. Destroyer of self. You do very awesome for reading how you do it, as you just said. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Also, if we were shouting out music, I'll tell everyone to find Victor Wooten in some way. Okay. And is that similar to Rush? Do I play video games a lot? I played them a decent amount, honestly. A lot of, like, Hearthstone Battlegrounds and Arc Raiders shit, and then some indie games and stuff. There's always, like, at least one competitive game that I'm, like, just kind of low-key addicted to. Any advice on flossing your teeth? Once a day, please. Once a day. After you eat. Before bed. Before bed, right? I'm a vendor in Portland, Oregon, and work for Katie Sackhoff's parents. Katie made a buttload of money doing voiceovers. Have you considered expanding your talent? Yeah, I mean, I'd love to be. Would love to be a voice actor in some fashion. It would be awesome. I don't know. There'd be like spurts of periods of time where I try to like go into it, but then I don't know. Every like professional person that I talk to is always just trying to like, rather than giving you the opportunity to just do a job, like it's like someone's trying to like siphon money off of you in some weird way. You feel like it might be too late. I mean, it's technically not too late to do voice acting, right? It's just like, what's the path? Like, you have to be, you know, if you want to go work in Funimation, that's down in like, right, what is that, Texas, right? So you got to be down there. If you want to go work in a talent agency out in LA, you got to go exist in LA. If you want to do stuff in New York and maybe do some normal acting as well, you got to live in New York, you know. So it's like, it doesn't mean you can't do stuff from your home, because I've met some talented voice actors who have crazy studios in home, but at the end of the day, it's like a mixture of like, you got to know what you're doing, but also have the connections to get you where you want to be, you know. So if you really want something, you will, you know, you'll make it happen. You just gotta like devote an hour a day to just like looking into something and kind of like, just pretend like you're a detective looking for clues, you know. Tell you more about myself. I don't know, man. If there's anything specific you want to know, honestly, I've said everything about me, and it's all quite boring, really. They think I'm AI, I know, right? I live in Washington State. I was just told that when I was in school a few years ago that my voice is so cool, and they had me do all the voiceovers for all our videos and stuff, and it was really fun. That's amazing, yeah. Like, there's always a way to leverage it to something else, you know? You just gotta, honestly, you probably just have to start working in like the realm of like independent productions, right? Until you continue to expand your skills and just live life, you know? 45%, 46% actually. Victor essentially reinvented bass playing for context, as one mentioned. Oh, interesting. He turned the stand-up bass on its side. Real talk, you would snap on voice acting, no cap. I mean, it would be sick. I just, like I said, if anybody's got any suggestions, I mean, Justin, you know people within that realm, maybe. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. listening for years, never participated in your feed. This is really great. I think you're a number one for online narrators of your genre. I'm so excited for Monday Thursday. Thank you. You guys are honestly way too nice. Now, I might have uncovered some kind of family conspiracy, but I hadn't traveled all the way home for winter break just to play detective and annoy my parents. Now, I thought about it once or twice, and I spoke to my sister about it too, who agreed something weird was definitely going on. But it was only when Mom invited me to go through her books to see which ones I fancied taking back to uni that I accidentally blew up the whole thing. Oops. Oopsie-daisy. Am I on X? No, not anymore. X was... I don't know. I didn't really have any success with my tweets, and like nobody laughed at my funny jokes, and it's kind of a toxic place, right? I mean, everybody's just toxic all the time, and cringe, and stupid, and boring. And X is honestly just like, to me, a very worthless website. You ever consider voice acting? Do you know what type of game you would like to work, or would you want to do? I mean, really anything. I could be the main character. Wow. Fuck. Oh my god. Or the evil guy. You know, that sort of, so it's like you can just, whatever would be fun to do. As long as it's an experience. Snickers Blizzards. That does sound really good. Name someone who you think has a very nice, regular speaking voice. Gal Gadot. Wow, great to see all of you. Incredible. I am so excited. You do a good evil voice. Been listening for years now. Greetings from Mexico. Greetings. Am I a carrier of any virus? Probably. Who knows? Living deep within myself. Dormant. Patient 0. COVID 2. Electric Boogaloo. I'm listening from the hospital. I fell down the stairs and managed to get 3 fractures in your pelvis. I'm here for a while doing physical therapy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds terrible. Hopefully you don't have any, did they check you for blood clots or anything? Is that all good? You have to have... Dang. You don't have to have surgery or anything? Just straight to physical therapy. Interesting. Have you played any sports? Yeah, back in high school, probably from 6th grade till senior year, I played football. I was offensive and defensive lineman. But, I was pretty undersized because I was 200 pounds. And, everybody in there is big. But it was fun. You get strong, right? Because you're just undersized, pushing people around all the time and lifting weights and shit. But then I played rugby my senior year, and it was kind of surprising. The rugby team was kind of a mishmash of bullshit. So me and various other linemen went and joined rugby, and then our team came in 3rd in the state that year, even though we have no experience playing rugby at all. So it was just, I don't know. I guess it's a pretty straightforward sport, very chaotic. 200 pounds doesn't sound small. Well, it was small compared to offensive linemen who are 270 pounds, right? These giant fucking NFL men. No, they weren't NFL, but you know what I mean. They're just big boys. Do I like rugby? Yeah, I think rugby's a cool sport. I mean, I learned a lot about it that time, and 7-on-7s is, or what's the game called, sevens that they do, I think in the Olympics now. It's pretty sick. I didn't get to see it, but rugby uniforms are slutty. Right, yeah, we got our short booty shorts on the whole time. We pick each other up and give each other mega wedgies. Give you shots in the stomach for blood clots. So far, no surgery. Oh, okay, that's good. Well, just remember, activity is the best way to get back, from an injury. So as soon as you can get moving again, try to, just for blood flow and building back up strength. And maybe over time, I don't know how old you are, maybe you can get a personal trainer to help do like weightlifting, because sadly as you get older, osteoporosis just comes for most women because they don't really do any lifting or anything like that, build up their bones. Seemed like you would be such a great dad. Are you considered planting a seed before it's too late? Don't deprive the world of a mini you. I mean, it would be nice, bro, honestly. I don't know, I'm in like a weird working from home, it's just like time gets away from you. And yeah, I would like to be a dad. I think that would be cool. Yeah, honestly, it'd be sick. If anybody wants to be a mom, let me know. Can you fix me? No pressure. I don't need it done by the end of the stream. Yeah, like your broken belly button. I'm extremely strong for a woman. I can do like 4 pull-ups in either direction. That's pretty sick. Can always adopt. Well, yeah, maybe later in life or whatever. It would be a nice thing, I guess. But definitely not solo. Like if I don't know. That'd be hilarious to be a single dad, but you adopted. It's just adopt, don't shop. Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's Giant with another 2 says bros recruiting moms. Yeah, can we get like a harem going? And I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joshing with you. So I just bought an island. JK. How do you feel about going from firefighter / medic working with all guys to working in the medical surgical office with all female now? I mean, I never did firefighter medic working, or how would you feel? Oh, right. Well, I mean, I worked with all women in nursing and stuff, and it was a very catty environment, very negative environment. Like, anytime I was around like other male nurses, they were like always the most pleasant people and like funny and shit. But I think that just comes from like whenever there's just too many, you know what I mean? Like you get too many of one group of people in one area and it just gets a little too one directional, you know what I mean? And there's nobody there to like check each other to like keep things, I don't know, in line or whatever. Welcome to the Let's Read Island. Is the stream early? Are we early night tonight? Can be very clicky. Yeah, it was just cringe because it's like, it's just weird. It's like 20-something, 30-something, 40-something, 50-something year old women, and they're just like the most high school bratty ass bitches ever. And I'm like, guys, we're like literally here to keep people alive, and you guys want to be talking the most shit I've ever heard in my life. But it's fine. It's fine. But it was only when Mom invited me to go through her books to see which ones I fancied taking back to uni that I accidentally blew the whole thing wide open. I was standing in front of Mom's bookcase, taking certain books down to read the blurbs on the back, and then after I pulled this larger hardcover out, I saw a photograph fall out from between the pages. It was a family photograph, like many others we had in the house, but then I saw him. That spare boy from my memory of the party, and I remember gasping when I saw his face. He looked a little bit younger than my memory, but it was definitely him, and I had finally had evidence of his existence right there in my hand. Now I found my mom in the kitchen, showed her the photo, and then asked her to please try and remember who he... What the fuck was that? Some sort of IED in the mouth. Is it worth getting a family of your own, or is it the peace and freedoms you have staying single preferable? I mean, that's the question of life. I think if I'm really being honest with myself, for a sense, I mean, like, because I do enjoy my ability to sleep. Like, sometimes I genuinely worry that what if I had a family and those types of responsibilities, the lack of sleep, and like and we've talked about this a million times, right? But like the potential for like these families to break apart, even though I would probably do everything I could to not allow that to happen. But it's like, I don't know. I don't know. There's so much potential chaos there to exist. But at the same time, being around my like friends' kids and cousins and nieces and nephews, you know what I mean? All that kind of, all that kind of stuff. It's just like, it's such a happy, enjoyable environment that you're like, it just would be such a sad thing to completely miss out on it, you know what I mean? Your voice constantly sounds like a smiling, happy chappy. Thanks, yeah. I did walk, I was coming back from the bathroom at dinner, and my one friend was like, bro, you always look so happy. And I'm like, I guess I'm pretty happy, I don't know. I'm just sitting there like skipping. Yippee, 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 yippee. Skipping back to the seat. I was so excited. I was washing my hand and I was thinking about when I get back, I get to hang out with my friends again after taking a piss. I left working facilities for that exact reason and started a new pediatric home health position working with a 10-month-old baby and his grandmother. Yeah, you know, you gotta appreciate your peace, you know what I mean? That's because you're single, yeah. What if, like, guys, what if I end up getting married and having kids and now you hear me on these streams and I'm just like the most miserable person on planet fucking Earth? Just like absolutely, like maybe God is like sparing me from that pain. When you get married, you never think that you're going to get divorced. It happened to me. My kids are better off for it though, and they love me very much, and I do everything in the world I can for them. Yeah, just out of curiosity, you don't have to share if you don't want to, but why did you get divorced? Are you a golden retriever, a German shepherd, an Australian blue heeler? Oh, I feel like I'm a bit of a Rottweiler. Where my dogs at? I started when someone was giving a speech at my grandfather's funeral. I remember standing up, like, kind of hooting my arm, like swing my arm, going, and they're like, this is not the time, Joel. I don't know kids, but working with this baby, I realized that children and caring for them adds so much purpose to your life. It's like built into us, right? In the same way we're like so geared towards staring at people, you know what I mean? Like staring at another person. And since you were like younger, you're like, you have crushes on people. It's just those sort of like innate things in your body. Like you're drawn to caring for, you know, a child in need, you know, you're drawn towards the survival mechanisms of your life. Like it's all just built into us, and I don't think people should miss out on it, you know. It can accentuate your flaws and show who you are under pressure. It gives you opportunity to grow. And that's a good point too. I would feel terrible if I ended up just being like miserable. Like I was like with my buddy and his daughters at this like bounce fucking place, and they had all this like foam pit, and like the youngest one kept like pulling them out and like kicking them out of it or whatever. And then I started pushing them back in because at that point she had taken like 50 out of them or whatever. So I'm just like, hey, we can't keep kicking those out. They're supposed to stay in there. And then she just immediately goes into like a pouty crying, you know, just immediately tantrum. And I'm just like, and the first thing I thought in my head was like, I would never let my kid get to the point where like something as innocuous and pointless as this stupid shit right here is what drives them over the edge as far as like what they cry about. And I don't know, it just like it frustrates me sometimes because like you feel almost like loosely responsible for like tangentially raising somebody else's kids, especially if you've been around them since they were young. You know, but at the same time, you don't want to overstep your bounds, but you also don't want them to like be a little brat their whole fucking life, you know, otherwise they're just going to like end up way worse, you know. I think every parents think this, but my kids are exceptionally incredible human beings, and they're going to help change the world and make this a better place, and the world needed them. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I can see Joel saying "ew" right in a kid's face and they throw a fit. I mean, I'm pretty honest with them, honestly. Like, sometimes I'm just like, why? I'll be looking, I'm like, why? What's the point? Why are you crying? What do we do? Like, there's literally no reason for you to do that. Like, trying to like logically walk them through it instead of just like amplifying their emotions, but sometimes I think it just makes it worse. Yeah, they literally are being cringe as shit. My idea of a relationship is balancing each other, being supportive, growing, learning together, loyal, open-minded, love, and still being able to kick it like homies. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you can't be friends with your significant other, if the entirety of your relationship is predicated on just sexuality, you know, I think that's got to be the most difficult thing, and probably why most people get divorced, is that they just generally don't have a lot in common to kind of keep them together as like buddies and go do friends shit, you know? How many kids can you beat in a fist fight? I mean, that's a good question, honestly. You really never know. One of them might be like a young, you know, Leota Machida and just fucking know where your soft spots are. What if you go for it and they just immediately pin you down and take a sledgehammer to your head? You're like, holy shit. That was like literally just like two of them. One on my back and the other with a huge sledgehammer. I found Mum in the kitchen, showed her the photo, and then asked her to please try and remember who he was. I didn't make any demands because I knew that she couldn't play dumb any longer, and I asked her why the photo was in the book, and then I just watched her sigh. Mom took the photo from me, told me we needed to talk in private, and took me upstairs to my bedroom. It was actually kind of a rush to have almost like uncovered a clue, you know? But whatever Mom was about to tell me did not seem like it was going to be good news. She told me the boy was an older cousin of mine, one who I'll just call Zach, and that he'd moved away to university when I was just starting primary school. But sadly, while he was there, something very tragic happened to him. Assuming there had been some kind of incident, I asked if Zach had passed away, but only felt even more confused when my mom said that we didn't know if he was with us or not. He was just missing. I understood why I hadn't been told until I... Yeah. What's the strongest animal you could beat in a fist fight? Probably like a hamster. Just pick it up and squeeze. Honestly, probably a couple hamsters. Hopefully they don't crawl up my ass or anything. Do you know about the legend of Lincolnshire Imp? The Lincolnshire Imp. It's really interesting. You should look it up. It better not be if I look that up and it's fucking Peter Dinklage, I swear to God. My nephew was out of line with desserts. He's a wonderful young man now. That's good. Sometimes kids, they're just little hellions, and then it just requires a period of time to figure their shit out. Sometimes it requires their classmates just to tell them, like, hey, you're a fucking idiot. Stop it. And they're like, huh? I'm a fucking idiot? And it was at that moment that I realized I had to grow up. My nephew was just learning to talk and walk, so he wasn't being a brat. He was doing his best and got overwhelmed, so it was a meltdown, by the way. He didn't want anything. He was just in pain. Yep. I understood why I hadn't been told until I needed to be told. But when I suggested going to visit my auntie to pay my respects and tell her I was sorry, Mom shook her head. Now, I also understood that parents protect their kids for certain pain. Let's Bully podcast. It wasn't me that bullied. Sometimes getting bullied in school did help me to bullied in school, bullied in football, just getting a ton of shit, and from other dudes. It just helps you kind of, do a lot of self-reflection in a strange way. My nephew is friends with everyone. He has no issues being nice to sharing. That's good. It's wrong to CRISPR kids. Who's CRISPRing their kids? Someone turning their kids into crisps. I also understood that parents protect their kids from certain painful truths, But I didn't understand it one bit when Mom said that, and I'm using her words here, we don't talk about him anymore. I was very taken aback. A cousin of ours had disappeared while studying at uni, and we just didn't talk about him anymore? I thought that was absolutely outrageous, and I made a rare demand of my mom to tell me more. But all she'd said was that Zach had gone missing during his studies, and that we hadn't heard from him since. And it was Mom's decision not to talk about him anymore, and the family respected that by not having any photos of him around or in any of the albums, because the last thing Mom and Dad wanted was to dredge up painful memories for her. Mom did hide that photo in the book. Kentucky Fried Crisper. Prettier psychopaths lead to more narcissists and sociopaths. I know. What we need to do is make everyone in the population just a little bit more ugly. And then everyone will just be generally more nicer and have probably more hobbies than sports and looking hot. Mom did hide that photo in the book. She never admitted it, but I knew it was because she couldn't bring herself to throw away every photo of Zach. All I wanted to know was why, but trying to get her to tell me only started a massive fight. We made up the next morning and everything was fine till I went back to uni after winter break. But when she dropped me off at the station, Mom warned me not to talk about my aunt. Would you produce Siamese quadruplets? Siamese. Isn't that where they're like all connected by some type of body part? I feel like that would be like literally maximum worst nightmare scenario. Because like in your head, if you had like Siamese quadruplets who are all connected by like the brain or maybe like an arm or a heart organ or something, I feel like my mind would immediately go back to, the ancient stories of Greece where they just like let the baby sit on the edge of like the oceanic rock waiting for Zeus to just like do his thing. I don't know. A part of me would just like feel terrible raising some sort of creature, I would do my best, I suppose, but it wouldn't be an easy life. Your channel is the grown-up version of a dad reading me scary stories, make you fall asleep. This is true. I got you, dog. Do I miss Twist of History? Yeah, Twist of History was fun. I learned a lot during it and brought up a lot of questions and curiosities. It was very time-consuming, I would say each episode was probably the same duration as far as production goes as one of these, but it was just, I really had to be locked in for it, every time I did it. Had to really, I was very perfectionist about how my enunciations and my, reading went with it. But, it was fun. I'm curious if you can answer this, but what made you start reading scary stories? How many years have you been doing it? Yeah, I guess we've been going since 2014, but I just started the channel because I wanted to start a YouTube channel, and I generally had no idea that I would be good at reading. Who knows, maybe I got better as time went on, but tuned in every episode. Thank you, Huggy. I appreciate that. It was fun for sure. I hope they're still making good projects over there and good episodes. I explain meltdowns as emotional seizures, since meltdowns are where you can't regulate your emotions properly, so you get mad and sad and such in all short time and have no control. Yeah, what is the proper manner in which to deal with those with kids? Because sometimes divided families, divorced families, if it happened to the kid when they were much younger, I'm sure there's a lot of confused emotions and the lack of one parent or the other where it can just sort of arise as a form of outburst. But do you enable them to talk through things, or I don't know. But when she dropped me off at the station, Mom warned me. Mom warped me. I do kind of want... Oh, Jesus, I almost knocked that over. I do kind of wonder to what extent the channel's videos, like here, like I could increase the quality in some ways without taking up more time, you know? Like, what would make these videos better? Because it would be sick if I could, like, somehow figure out how to animate them. But I can't imagine, based on time constraints, being able to do that unless AI was used, you know what I'm saying? Depends on the kids themselves. Like with me, when I'd have them, my mom let it pass them, let me rest. She would talk to me about it, and then we would move on. Well, it's like when I babysit them, I always notice that they're like much more well-behaved with me, and I think it's because I'm just like more straightforward. I don't really play into the negative emotions as much. I'm very kind to them, obviously. It's just like, but like when I don't know, it's almost like when they're in a larger group, it's like maybe an attention-seeking behavior of sorts. Just pulled the semi over to mention this. I forgot to tell you live stream. The Last of Us video game was never available on the Xbox 360 that lady claimed in her last story reading. Oh, the GameStop one? Yeah, I was gonna say The Last of Us was on PlayStation. Maybe they mixed it up and put... Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. I don't know why I didn't pick up on that when I was reading it. I would have changed it for him. I love your videos just the way they are, but I always have the screen off or playing a game. Yeah, that's fair. Thank you for the blessings. Are you guys actually blessing me when I sneeze? Like, am I getting ordained by God? They want to break and respect your boundary probably because you're more capable of fun without timeouts. Yeah, I don't really do the timeout thing. It's just because I don't really want them to be like have an unfun time. I just want them to understand that it's best to like that we all get along and just be buddies, you know. Bless up. Papa bless. But when she dropped me off at the station, Mom warned me not to talk to my aunt about it. That sounded so fucking weird. God damn it. We made up the next morning and everything was fine till I went back to uni after winter break. But when she dropped me off at the station, Mom warned me not to talk to my aunt about it. She understood I'd be curious, but she wasn't making it up when she said that my aunt wouldn't want to talk about it. She made me promise her that I wouldn't try it, and I did. I promised her. But God forgive me, it was a promise I didn't keep. And sometimes I think I'd do just about anything to be able to turn back the clock and properly honor that promise. The only clue Mom had given me regarding Zach's disappearance was the time of year that it occurred. I don't know if it was deliberate or if it just slipped out when she was describing how it happened, but she told me that Zach hadn't come home for winter break. And that's when it all started. Mid-December, so while I'd missed the anniversary of it by about 3 weeks, I knew my aunt still had it on her mind, in the way that people do have stuff on their minds when it comes to certain anniversaries. And so after getting dropped off at the station, I chose not to catch my train. I told myself that I'd catch the next one. Joel, how should I go about complaining about my neighbor dog barking every night at midnight till about 2 a.m.? I mean, can you make a noise complaint, like an anonymous noise complaint to like, that'd be kind of shitty, but you don't want to get into a feud with your neighbor because they will find out, I mean, right? And you don't want to sour that relationship or whatever. I mean, I feel like there's got to be anonymous noise complaints where they can have somebody come to the door and knock on and be like, what the fuck? And open fire. I suppose it's semantics, I use them interchangeably, but I can see how you might differentiate because the root cause may be different if you are defining tantrum as misbehavior and meltdown as... Right. Kid theory. We're doing kid theory 101. Just, I don't know, I think the big issue for the young one whenever I observe it is just like too much fucking screen time. Like, I look at, like, how my brain, like, genuinely, I can feel how my brain has, like, actively rotted over the years of having, like, Instagram and YouTube Shorts and all that kind of stuff, and just, like, scrolling through, and you get, like, one tantalizing piece of information that's, like, not a full story, or not like, completely making sense of all of it. It just sort of gives you, like, a rabbit hole to dig through if you want to. But then the fact that you just jump to the next one, and jump to the next one, and jump to the next one, I can feel it actively creating a certain sense of, like, dis-ease in my mind when it comes to, like, boredom. Like, it's very difficult to be, like, bored the way that you could before, you know? And I can only imagine how much that affects, like, a child's brain as it's developing, just, like, clicking and you know, because when I watch, like, my friends, they give their kids these tablets and shit, and they just they click and they go to the next thing and they go to the next thing, and they you know, they're already little kids with short attention spans. Like, I can only imagine how difficult it's going to be for them in school as time goes on, or just, like, as an aggregate, or, like, a group of kids over time. The overall IQ of every kid ever is just going to, like, go down to probably by 10 points. Is there a conspiracy theory you 100% believe? Oh yeah, all of them. Every conspiracy theory you could ever think of, I believe it. Well, my nephew don't watch TV and he has a meltdown still, but yeah, it does affect when they do. Yeah, I think it's just healthier to keep them away from that kind of shit. Montessori? What's that? Never heard of that one. What's up, Angel? Do they use textbooks in school anymore? Is it all digital now? I have no idea, honestly. All the textbooks are written by Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. Look into that conspiracy theory. And so after getting dropped off at the station, I chose not to catch my train. I told myself I'd catch the next... Damn, I'm fucking up. It's only story 1. Dude, I sneeze one fucking time and my nose can't stop sniffling. It's so annoying. I told myself I'd catch the next one, which was roughly 2 hours from then, and in the meantime, I'd go buy some flowers and drop them off at my aunt's house. Now, I couldn't bear to think of her and my uncle dealing with all that heartache alone, but I also couldn't be overt with my condolences. I decided that I'd just write, "I'm sorry, thinking of you in this difficult time," without signing my name, and then leave them on their doorstep before disappearing into the night. I bought the flowers, wrote the note, and then caught the bus to my aunt's house. Housing estate. Housing estate. They start with Coco Melon and end with 6-7. Yeah, someone said the 6-7 meme is supposed to be 6 out of 7 people will be dead soon. I was called crazy 10 years ago for talking about a virus that would require mass vaccinations. Yeah, where did you hear about it, though, prior? Was it just something that you thought about? If that were true, my grandma wouldn't have ADHD. They didn't have TV, really, when she was a kid, only radios. What? How old was your grandma when she got diagnosed with ADHD, though? And what does that even mean? I'm just, like, trying to imagine, like, a 60-something-year-old woman going into a doctor's office. I can't focus on my crocheting as well as I used to. Well, sweetheart, we're probably going to have to give you, legal methamphetamines. YouTube before it was heavily censored. Who were you listening to? And what did they tell you? I never got COVID, but my nose won't stop running with these allergies. Yeah. Your Snickers Blizzard's almost there. Let's go. Do I play Monster Hunter? I don't play Monster Hunter, but my friends do. And some of the graphical stuff in the newest Monster Hunter is so sick. Like with the lightning and like the depth perception that they have. Finally got my grandkids a couple hours ago. It wasn't easy. There you go. They should give, for the blizzards, like big straws. Like really, really thick straws so you could suck from it. You should actually play it, Joel. It's really good. I played Monster Hunter World, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not like a huge hack and slash guy when it comes to games that feel very similar to Dark Souls and all that kind of stuff. I like them. I like watching people play them, but being into them in general, I don't know. There's something about it that just feels... I kind of wish it was a lot more responsive on how the beasts respond to each hit, if that makes any sense. Maybe with like physics or something of that nature, you know. Have you guys checked out Sarah Soda, aka Sue Dillon, with her prank calls? No, I never heard of that. What's that guy? Ed Bassmaster, whatever. He's pretty... I can't believe he's still going, but he's doing quite well. Doing some hilarious shit. I brought the flowers, wrote the note, and then caught the bus to my aunt's housing estate. I had my scarf up over my face, and I had this new woolly hat on that neither my aunt or uncle would recognize, and I even tried writing the note in block capitals to try and throw them off. But then, as much as I felt good about myself in my attempt to comfort them, things took a drastic turn for the worse, and as quickly as that very next morning. Oh, that sounded weird. But then, as I... Where are our regulars tonight? Do we need a ritual? Do you guys have a ritual that you do to summon me? But then, as much as I felt good about myself in my attempt to comfort them, things took a drastic turn for the worse, and as quickly as... Sorry. But then, as much as I felt good about myself in my attempt to comfort them, things took a drastic turn for the worse, and as quickly as that very next morning. Early that next morning, I got a call from my aunt, and the moment her name appeared on my phone screen, I thought, uh-oh. I answered the call, trying to sound innocent and apologize for not calling around to visit them while I had the chance. But then my auntie spoke, and I knew that I'd been found out somehow. She asked me, and very seriously I might add, if I'd left anything on her doorstep that previous evening. And since I couldn't lie to her, I just admitted to it and said, yes, I did. Now I was a scared. Holy shit. I was a scared. What's up, Jayla? 5-month-old baby. How's that going? Is it awesome? Is it no sleep? Respectfully, I disagree, but I'd love to hear more about why... Oh, you guys are talking to each other. Sorry. You're talking about baby theory. I find myself growing cynical about the condition and direction of the human race. Should I see a bird psychologist about this? Things are really going to shit. Well, the thing is, we have to understand, when it comes to humanity as a whole, our perception of reality sometimes is only predicated based on the stories we hear day in and day out, when in reality, the bad things that happen on that same daily basis is just as bad, if not better, than it was long ago, right? And it's really just our exposure to that, negative news all the time that's kind of generating our sense of reality that is on that negative side. So it probably just requires maybe a stronger sense of isolation, or, going out into the woods and reconnecting with God that way, or something that would probably be ideal for most people that feel that way. Just to get away from it for a while and, just think, like, if World War III happens, or whatever, if all that shit if they destroy the economy all of a sudden, if they want to, put everyone into camps who signed on to Rumble or some shit, fuck them, dude. They can try, They can fucking try. And then if you get to be the generation that goes through the bad, you know, the power goes out and all that kind of stuff, then you get to be that generation. There's been plenty of generations before you who have been exploded on a beach, who have been thrown in a torture chamber, who have been shot for their beliefs. You know, there's so many different versions of you that have existed many, many times, day in and day out. In many ways, you should be excited for when things go to shit, because at least then you'll have a story. Something to live for. I was scared that she'd start screaming at me or something, or that she'd tell my mum and get her to do the shouting. But she didn't, and instead, my mum asked if I was free to chat for some time that week. Now, when it came to the meeting, waiting for her to... Dude, this is a lot of build-up. We're on page 6 of 14 for this shit right here, bro. And when it came time to the meeting, waiting for her to arrive was really nerve-wracking. I had a horrible feeling that it'd be a lot of, we're not angry, we're just disappointed type thing, which I'm sure that you all agree is way worse than parents just being angry with you. But when my aunt arrived, she seemed a lot more happy to see me than I thought she should be. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my brain, but... Supergirl, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content, thank you. I feel like it would be awesome to do parkour on Saturn's rings. That'd be sweet. You could probably make that happen. But when my aunt arrived, and she seemed a lot more happy to... What? Dude, why am I don't know what the fuck it is, man. I just can't string these stupid fucking words together at all. But when my aunt arrived, she seemed a lot more happy to see me than I thought she would be. She wasn't angry with it. It just feels... I don't know why everything just feels like I'm reading fucking German. You know what I mean? Where it's like double negatives in weird orders. She wasn't angry with me. She wasn't even disappointed. There was just something really important that I needed to know, and she wasn't going to enjoy telling me. And so after getting comfortable and making us cups of tea, my aunt asked me to fill her in on what I already knew. Now obviously, all I knew was that Zach had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. But to her, the circumstances weren't mysterious at all. The issue wasn't so much that he'd vanished, it was that Zach had let my aunt know exactly where he was and exactly what he was doing. My aunt said that when he first met... Maybe I should just get off of, like, scrolling on social media shit. I mean, it's funny, and you send memes and all that kind of stuff, and it's cool, and it feels social in some weird ways, but I do genuinely wonder if it's, like, killing my brain. Do you guys... I mean, I've talked about this before, but if you ever seen the real live Street Fighter movie, the originals from, like, the 1990s, there was the guy Blanca, and Blanca was just a normal soldier, but they sat there and kept him in like some torture chamber while making him watch like pretty much reels, pretty much like keeping his eyes open while he watched reels over and over again of like war and people dying and things exploding and just a ton of chaos until his mind went insane and he became a ravenous green beast with orange hair. Now granted, the whole place exploded, kind of making his lore pointless because he died at the end, but I don't know. It kind of makes me feel like we're going through the same sort of experimentation when it comes to YouTube shorts and reels and all that kind of stuff. Like we're just like sort of slowly turning us into these like brainwashed retards. What's my zodiac sign? I think it's the poop gobbler. Nowadays, you don't even need to lock someone up to make them watch that. I know, right? You just sit there and mix a few kiddie videos in between and everybody's chill about it. Stop right now, like, when's your birthday? I don't know. I don't remember, guys. I need to ask ChatGPT. My aunt said that when he first went missing, Zach wasn't responding to any texts or calls. He was supposed to arrive home on a Friday evening in December. Then, when my aunt hadn't heard from him by about midnight, she called the police to tell them something was wrong. My aunt said that she had this terrible feeling that he'd had a car accident on an icy road and was dead in a ditch somewhere. But not even 24 hours passed before the police called her back to say that they'd found Zach's car in an airport car park. Now, my aunt said that she went from relieved to worried again because Zach hadn't mentioned anything about flying anywhere. And then when she asked where he'd gone, the police told her that he'd flown. He'd fucking flown. He took a flying flight. Oh my god, tea time doesn't even know my birthday. You don't know the day that I was born? It's the most important self-indulgent tradition we have. Do a Scottish accent. Do a bit lower. Honestly, I've spent the last year and a half with very limited short-form content and become much happier for it. I respect that, honestly. I just got a lot of shit that I need to, fix in my existence. When you start reading, read ahead a little bit so you have the gist of what's coming. I can't help with floon. No, it's all good. I know what you mean, though. Then, when she asked where he'd gone, the police told her he'd flown out of the UK on the same day that she reported him missing, and that he'd flown to Turkey. My aunt had next to no bloody clue. My aunt had next to no bloody clue what he'd flown to Turkey for. He wasn't the type to jet off on some lad's holiday without saying anything, and it wasn't like he'd have to conceal some romantic getaway with a girlfriend because they didn't mind if he dated responsibly. And the police said that they'd be in touch because they were in the process of reaching out to Turkish authorities. But between then and when they called her back, my auntie ended up mentioning the disappearance to a friend. Yet when she mentioned the word Turkey, her friend's face turned ashen. God bless her, but my auntie doesn't exactly keep up with the current events because she had to have her friend fill her in on why Zach's trip to Turkey had alarmed her so much. She'd heard some stuff on the news about a terrorist group in the Middle East, but without trying to sound flippant, when has that not been the case? Some of the earliest memories are of watching the news and seeing soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan, so I totally understood why my aunt thought Alright, god damn it. I don't know what the fuck. I feel like I'm just not in the flow state. He flew to Turkey to get a hair transplant. Probably. What if that was the big family secret? The dark family secret was that her cousin was bald. Dun dun dun. God bless her, but my auntie doesn't exactly keep up with the current events because she had to have had her friend fill her in on why Zach's trip to Turkey had alarmed her so much. She'd heard some stuff on the news about a terrorist group in the Middle East, but without trying to sound flippant, when has that not been the case? Some of my earliest memories are of watching the news and seeing soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan, so I totally understood why my aunt thought same crap, different day when she caught bits on the news. What she didn't realize was that a significant number of young British men and women were using Turkey as a staging post to be smuggled into another country, Syria. These people, who tended to be between the ages of 15 to 30, weren't off on their holidays or romantic weekends with partners. They were out to join a group which had been called many different things in many different countries, But here, they were called ISIS, or the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. My auntie's family were very similar to ours and very strict with their Islam. Zach was allowed to date. He went to the pub for a J20 after a five-a-side. What the fuck? What's a J20? Ruh-roh. He's bald and joining ISIS? That's a double no-no. Can you imagine somebody in ISIS fucking bald? You really don't see that too often, do you? Honestly, when you think back to like all of the terrorist videos you've watched since middle school, all the beheadings and such, most of the terrorists usually, I feel like they got something on their head. How can I submit a story? It's a long one, but it's factual. I could hear you narrate. Yeah. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Yeah. Maybe that's the appeal to join ISIS, honestly, is long, luxurious, soft, wavy locks. I've played Helldivers. Yep. J20 is fruit juice. Oh, okay. Word for word, copied and pasted that from a website about the difference between a meltdown and a tantrum. What are you guys talking about? Is there really a different definition for the word meltdown and tantrum when it comes to little kids? And either way, like, does it really matter? Like, is there like a different approach to you that you have to your kid freaking out / really freaking out? Yeah, ISIS is very stringent. They're not going to let in any old baldy. Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Maybe. Who knows, man? I usually tell them that they're having a tantrum, and those are really big feelings. Okay to have really big feelings. The world's biggest feelings. What you need to do is let them read the biggest books you can imagine, and eventually they can explain their big feelings the same way Nietzsche did. Yeah, we call that crashing out now. Are they having a tantrum or are they crashing out? Would you rather go to the future or go back to the past? There's no going back to present. Probably the past, honestly. The future does not seem very appealing. Whenever you see what they want for the future, it just seems quite frustrating. What's up, Ella? How we doing? Tantrum is usually goal-oriented. I guess that's true. Do I watch Meat Canyon? I haven't watched Meat Canyon in a while, but I've seen most of his animations. The J20 is the new stealth Chinese clone of ours, but nowhere near as good. Did you see those? It was so weird. It was like as soon as I started hearing about those triangular crafts that I used to think were alien crafts, but turns out that they're part of the Air Force. Triangular Air Force alien craft. We talked about it before. The TR-3B Black Manta. I saw people were saying that they were like hovering over top of Mexico. Is this true, guys? Are they? Or no, not the Black Manta. No. What the hell? Which one? The TR-3B? No, not that one. There's another one that like rotates and and it's like a black triangle UFO looking thing. Wait, what? You saw triangular black crafts over California? Is that what they're going to use to stage the fake alien invasion or whatever? Within the larger mystery of the UFO phenomenon is another still unsolved puzzle. What am I doing? I feel like this thing has a name. Does nobody know the name? It has a name. God damn it. I thought we talked about it last time. No, not the B2. Hold on a second. What's the triangle black UFO? Yeah, the flying Dorito. It's not the B2s. Let's see. Yeah, they've been spotted since like the 1980s, 90s. Spotted in the southeast and Midwest United States, UK, and Europe. Is it just the TR3B? Oh wait. Oh, like the TR3B. Does the triangle have a name? So it doesn't have a name yet? There's no official like name for the black triangle UFO. Goes by a few commonly used names depending on who's talking about it. The TR3B or the TR3B Astra. Oh, okay, maybe it's the Astra. Have you guys seen the Astra? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna put it in chat. You can look it up on the internet. But it's basically like a reverse engineered UFO style military craft where like the center of it I think is like anti-gravitical technology using some type of like weird isotope of sorts or some type of strange uranium. I don't even know, but basically it just creates like anti-gravity around the center, essentially creating like endless energy. But it's able to like descend and move and like kind of like manipulate mass around itself. Or like, is it mass or I don't know. Basically can just like move around without even really hearing it, which is kind of insane. It can like cloak, and I just heard that it was like hovering over top of like Mexico more recently and down in like South America. Yeah, Mercury, that's right. It was like something to do with Mercury. I don't know if it's a variation of Mercury or what. The SR-71 Blackhawk. Isn't that a helicopter? Oh, no. Blackbird you're thinking of. That one's cool too. It's just, yeah, it's an old Lockheed Martin. I mean, I guess they're all old at this point. It's just like the technology is so far beyond what we're even like able to contemplate. It's kind of crazy. Hey Hillary, how we doing? Good to see you. Space Force prototype from years ago. Is it Space Force? Dude, you never even hear about Space Force. They made Space Force seem like a joke, but I feel like it's probably something that's already been in existence for a while, or some subdivision of the Air Force. It's just like now it's like more in the open, kind of like transitioning over. I don't know, all of this shit is just like, everybody always like loves to blame Trump, but at the same time I genuinely think like all of this stuff like just sort of exists already, right? It's just that these sort of like figureheads are the ones that get to present it to you. You know, it's not like Trump's sitting there. Do you really think that like Donald Trump is sitting in his office, or any president for that matter who was like a citizen prior, is just like, okay, I got an idea in my head. I'm thinking Space Force. Space Force is, yeah, we're going to have all these cool vroom, zoom, vrooms, it flies around, they go, whoa. Mercury rotation, anti-gravity. Yeah, that's what I was thinking is in the center of that. They wanted tacos, so they brought this, yeah, the flying Dorito over the taco truck in Mexico. I go nonverbal after a while. For a while after a meltdown, I usually fall asleep soon after since wipes me out. Wait, why do you have a meltdown? What's going on? I thought you were talking about babies having tantrums. As an adult, it's definitely a crash out. I said, wow, that's a lot of space. It's a lot of force. Probably a little bit of Space Force, if I'm being honest. Alright, anyways, I've provided nothing of use here. Zach was allowed to date, and he went to the pub for a J20 after 5-a-side football, and as far as my auntie knew, he was just about as far from an extremist as it was possible to get. And so this turkey thing was either a romantic getaway or, as my uncle suggested, a trip to Istanbul to watch his football team play away. Now, my aunt said that she wasn't in the least bit worried about Zach joining some bloody terror group, but then a few days later, she got a call from some kind of special constable who asked to visit her for a chat at home. My auntie is an oncology nurse, so she knew that it had to be bad news if the constable was delivering it in person. And then, much like me and her over cups of tea, the policewoman revealed that their findings gently... YouTube Eric Dubé, what's that about? Is it aliens? NASA has admitted all the footage of outer space to CGI. Did they? Dude, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Because I've seen like them where they're up in their weird, low orbit thing, and then it seems like they're hanging from strings, right? But then at the same time, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we have technologies to travel incredible distances or travel through wormholes or something in space and all that kind of stuff. How many oils and lotions do I have? Let me go count them for you. Don't have a meltdown. Have a taco. Tantrums, I never had, to be honest, but meltdowns, yes, for sure. Yeah, but what if someone said that you were having a tantrum? Would that make you feel bad? Then, much like me and her over cups of tea, the policewoman revealed their findings gently and gradually, like they were lowering her into a hot bath. Not all at once, just a little bit at a time. Authorities in Turkey were able to determine that Zach had deplaned in Istanbul and then had immediately boarded another flight to a city closer to the Syrian border. They were able to track his movements to a hotel that... Man, this has been such a fucking rough one. I don't know why. I don't know why I can't find a rhythm with this at all. They were also able to track his movements to a hotel in that same city, but when they searched the room, they found it empty. The Turkish police then questioned the hotel staff and discovered a young man matching Zach's description had been spotted meeting an older man in the lobby. The staff remembered it because one man spoke Arabic with a distinctly Syrian kind of accent, while the other spoke it like he was still learning. Police were 90% sure that it was Zach who'd met with the Syrian guy, in which case there was a chance that that was his guide to help him get into Syria, and one of the reasons Zach might go to Syria was to join a terrorist organization. The policewoman in the UK didn't know if that was ISIS or the tons of other groups fighting against the Syrian government, but if he hadn't told my aunt, there was a good chance that it'd be something that she wouldn't approve of, meaning that there was a very distinct possibility that Zach had joined ISIS. And like I said, the policewoman broke it to her in a very gently. Hey, Dark Somnium, what's up, buddy? How goes it, brother? Brother man Bill. Brother man Ronnie. This is your third stream joining. Welcome, welcome. We're reading about ISIS. You're just in time. This is a recruiting stream. Just kidding.
JK, we like to do little jokes here.
Like I said, the policewoman broke it to her very gently, saying that they didn't know for sure what Zach was up to. She asked my aunt to forward them any emails or texts that he might send, or the details of any phone calls that she had with her son. I don't think that they do that with regular missing person cases, so that's what makes me think that they already knew exactly where he was and what he was doing. My aunt, on the other hand, refused to believe it. She said that she spent a few days in blissful denial until an email finally appeared in her work inbox. It was from Zach, and while he would have considered it an apology and an It was from Zach, and while he would have... No, she, right? She would have considered it an apology. Oh, it's him that sent it, thinking it was apology. I don't even fucking know, dude. This story took forever to get to, hey, he joined ISIS. Which is fucked, but, it's... When's he gonna blow himself up is the real question. It was from Zach, and while he would have considered it an apology, dude, I am fucking so... I don't even know what to blame for this. Myself? Are you crazy? Is there something wrong with my diabetic brain? Do I have diabetes type 3? For real, for real? It was from Zach, and while he would have considered it an apology and an explanation, the police considered it nothing short of a typed confession. Zach didn't say exactly where he was, or even that he'd joined a particular group. He just said he was really sorry he didn't tell her, and he knew that she'd have stopped him if he did, and that he was fighting to protect the Syrian people from their government. The police later said that Zach had mostly likely... LJ69 with the 2 says, unpopular good movies you recommend. Unpopular good movies. I mean, The Witch, I mean, The Witch, I guess, is kind of popular now, but back in the day, I don't think it was very popular. It's like VVITCH, Witch. Unpopular good horror movies. Oh, hey, Migrod, what's up, buddy? Yeah, just heated rivalry. Unpopular horror movie. They create a diarrhea monster on the ice. The Babadook. I don't know. I gotta be honest with you. I've watched so many horror movies and I just always get so fucking mad at them. I'm just, you know what I mean? Because you're just like so... You're just kind of over it, you know? You don't even know like what there is to be scared of anymore. Check out a movie called Bubba Hotep. What's that one about? Shrooms? I feel like Shrooms is back from the 90s, isn't it? Which is totally fair. People Under the Stairs. Maybe I haven't seen enough horror movies. Unpopular horror film, 28 Days Later. Well, it's like... I think 28 Days Later is pretty popular. Elvis and Mummies, The Hole, Joel's Hole. The police later said Zach had most likely been coached on what to say, and that ISIS were doing what a lot of militaries did around the world, which was getting the recruits to email home to reassure friends and loved ones. And it also served as a kind of recruitment tool by saying, "It's really nice over here." And that's just what Zach said, though. He said that he was happy to be in the Caliphate, which in the... What the fuck? And that's just what Zach said. Okay, I don't know why I can't follow line of thinking when it goes to different... Have you seen Heretic? It's more of a thriller, but it's really cool. Yeah, I saw Heretic. I don't know why. I was a little bit disappointed with Heretic. Like, I felt like it could have been something way more than it was, but the whole, like... I don't know, the whole lecturing people on, like, the Abrahamic religions type thing is, like, such an old, played-out Reddit trope to me that the only way to have saved it, I feel like, is to have done... like, him to have actually figured out and found his own religion that actually works, going, like, way, way back, like, to Babylonian times or something. But, I guess that's not what they wanted to do. I don't know, it's just weird. It ended up just kind of feeling like it was pointless. Shrooms came out in 2007. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, Shaun of the Dead. I mean, I love Shaun of the Dead. If you haven't seen it, that's like 100%. I mean, it's literally the text on my channel. If you look on my channel's like banner, that's like the Shaun of the Dead text. It also served as a kind of recruitment tool by saying, "It's really nice over here." And that's just what Zach said. He said that he was happy to be in the Caliphate, which is the Arabic word meaning religious state. And he also said that he'd been welcomed like a hero, and that his ISIS commander had given him, and a few other British lads, a week's free stay in a luxury hotel so they could acclimatize. Damn it. He also said that he'd been welcomed like a hero, and that his ISIS commander had given him, and a few other British lads, a week's free stay in a luxury hotel so they could acclimatize to the weather before their training started. Zach said that after that week was up, He wouldn't be able to reply to any emails for a while because they could only send them on secure connections or something. Now, my aunt also said that he seemed to think that once he'd laid out his reasons and all of that, my aunt might actually be proud of him. But she wasn't proud of him. She was terrified. She sent him an email back telling him to come home as soon as he was able, but he didn't reply for a couple of weeks. And when he did, my aunt said that he sounded brainwashed. In his email, the things Zach said sounded so unlike him that my aunt thought that someone else might have written it. Zach liked football, hip-hop, and was happy as Larry being at university with his mates. But in that email, he talked about jihad, martyrdom, and how much he hated the kuffar, the Arabic word for unbelievers. He was misquoting scripture and religious rulings to excuse what he'd done. And then in response to my aunt saying that she couldn't picture her little boy hurting anyone, he said that he wasn't her little boy anymore, and that the people he hurt weren't people at all, so she shouldn't feel bad if he hurt or even killed them. At one point in the email, Zach tried reassuring my aunt that not everyone he captured would be killed. For the most part, the women and kids he captured would either be kept as his own personal slaves or would make him rich after being sold in the slave markets. And as I said, my aunt struggled to believe that he'd written things like that. He didn't sound like her son at all. But then there were certain phrases and nicknames that he used to confirm for her that it had to be him. My aunt said that she ended up crying her eyes out with that policewoman over. My aunt said that she ended up crying her eyes out with that policewoman over. Okay, like she was I don't know, I can't pick up on the Britishism sometimes. Okay, also, need you more with the Tusas on the topic of B-list horror. Check out Ravenous. Okay, thank you. How you been, dude? Good to see you. How's the dog? Amazing horror movie is Thanksgiving, yeah. With Tim Dillon. The remake of Wicker Man with Cage was good. It was pretty funny, especially towards the end. Did you know that you can use that lip balm anywhere, like your crusty knuckles or elbows if need be? Which lip balm is that? The one you recommended, or? That was a while ago. Okay, also, Nijimura with the Tusas. It's good, just gave it a warm meal and a beer. That's awesome. Beer dog. Dog with the beer. Nightmare on Elm Street, Tokyo Drift. What's up, Daydreaming? But The Revenant starring Leonardo DiCaprio is an awesome watch too if you want a gritty survival. Yeah. I don't think they used a single like artificial light in that. So it was all natural lighting, which is pretty cool. What's up, Ghosty? How we doing? Have you seen Speed's Africa tour stream? I saw some clips from it. It looked pretty funny. I saw he found people that like kind of like looked exactly like him or something. I don't know. He's a funny guy. Funny. Mothman Prophecies. Everyone should see The Prestige. Yeah, Mothman Prophecies was good in the fact that I like mysteries a lot more than conventional horror. God, I have to sneeze again. It's just gonna like ruin my reading. Oh, fuck. Should I name my next kid Ashlop? No. Haktula. Yeah, that's how I should sneeze. Get it all out. Gesundheit. Okay. My aunt said that she ended up crying her eyes out with that policewoman over, and that the policewoman was struggling to hold back tears. She was a mom too, and she told my aunt that she could barely even imagine the pain that she was going through. There was also very little that they could do at that point because Turkish authorities couldn't pursue him into Syria, and the best my aunt could do was reply to the email Zach had sent, begging him to come home while tugging on his heartstrings. She did as the policewoman asked and wrote him long, heartfelt emails touching on his childhood, how much everyone loved him, and how he wouldn't get into that much trouble if he just came home and cooperated with the police. She had to wait weeks for another reply, and when it came, she hoped that what she'd said had gotten through to him. But it hadn't. Quite the opposite, actually, because what Zach wrote was even worse than before. He'd completed his training, and his first mission, his unit had been ordered to attack a Kurdish village in the north of Syria. The defenders fought fiercely but were eventually overrun, and then all the civilians were gathered in one place. Zach said they separated the men from the women and kids, and then one by one, they dragged the men into an open field and cut their heads off. Zach said he personally beheaded a man who prayed to some other god before he was killed. He said that confirmed that what he was doing was the right thing, and that they hadn't been sent to kill other Muslims, but other unbelievers. Believers. Justin Believers. Oh, man. Is Zach ginger? He might be, bro. That'd be funny as shit. It is crazy to just think this kind of shit happens. Just casually hanging out in the UK, and you're like, see you, Mom and Dad, I'm gonna go join ISIS. You told me to get out more. So that's what I'm doing. We met on Discord. He said that confirmed what he was doing was the right thing, and that they hadn't sent him to kill other Muslims, but unbelievers. All that was obviously massively upsetting for my auntie, but she said the worst thing about it was the glee with which he wrote his email. Zach acted like killing people and forcing women and kids into slavery was his single greatest achievement. He acted like it was his one-way ticket to Jene al-Fard... I don't know how to fucking say this shit. Jena al-Farda... I don't fucking know. Oh. Was I ever a believer? Sadly, no. I missed that phase of my life. I used to have a pretty strong despising of Justin Bieber. But then I see the way that they treat him now, and I'm like, man, they're hurting my boy. Him and... Same, yeah, I don't know. Jena al-Ferdous. Okay. He acted like it was his one-way ticket to Jannah al-Ferdous, the highest tier of heaven. And even though there is tons of stuff in the Quran which tells us not to hurt innocent people, only aggressors who threaten us in our homelands, though. One quote is from a verse 32 of Surah al-Ma'idah. Surah Ma... Alright. By the end of the video, everyone's going to want to join ISIS. It's going to be bad. They're all going to be like, you know, this makes a lot of sense. Do I have an attic? I do, yeah. It was an ancient curse I just let out. I'm letting out little incantations. I didn't even know heaven had tears. Oh my da. Okay. That was pretty... He's good, man. Sometimes he gets worked up for no reason. I just look out for a second. He's just like sprawled out next to the fire. Okay. Al-Mada. Yeah, how do you say it? Al-Mada. Divine Jupiter, thank you for the 2. I'm in your walls. Be sure to eat all the mice droppings. Keep it clean. One quote is from verse 32 of Surah al-Madah, and it says, "Whoever takes a life, it will be as if they killed all of humanity, and whoever saves a life, it will be as if they saved all of humanity." My aunt wrote that into one of her emails, but Zach only addressed it in a roundabout way, saying people were misquoting the Quran to justify Muslims being weak and not defending themselves. It was like Zach was ignoring everything which told him to be peaceful in favor of any verse that might possibly justify terrorism and murder. And it broke my auntie's heart so badly that I don't think she's ever going to fully recover. She emailed him back, once again begging Zach to come home, and then she waited for a reply that never came. That email, talking about the attack and cutting people's heads off, was the last time my auntie ever heard from Zach. According to the people from the home office, they think it's more than likely that Zach was killed, either during an attack or from a bomb dropped on him. She'd once hoped that he'd suddenly return home after ISIS's little terror kingdom fell apart, but again, he didn't, and there were no emails, no texts or calls, just a dead silence on his end, and he was never seen again. When she was done telling her story, my aunt asked me if I understood why she didn't want to talk about him anymore. I did. I could understand why she was so ashamed, angry, and upset, and I could understand why she didn't want any pictures of him around to remind her. Zach was dead, and even if he wasn't, the boy she raised was long gone. It wasn't even that she'd purged all the thoughts of him from her mind. It's because... It wasn't even that she'd purged all thoughts of him from her mind. Oh my God. I don't know why this one was especially torturous. It wasn't even that she'd purged all thoughts of him from her mind. It's because she thought about him almost every minute of every day. She just didn't need anything to remind her of what her mind already tortured her. Oh, nice. She just didn't need anything to remind her of what her mind already tortured her with. Okay, holy fuck. Don't join ISIS, kids. Join Boy Scouts instead. Anyways, how are you guys doing? Man, one sneeze and your just whole fucking sinuses are fucked up. What's the spider's favorite drink? Bug Light. Nice. Jersey Mike's and street hockey tomorrow? Is that what they said in that Netflixian movie? What's it called again? The Hottest Seed. It's called Mega Struggle. Heated rivalry. It's just on ice skates. Jersey Mike's tomorrow? See you there. You might have a little bit more than extra mayo in your sandwich. Knowing you, it's gonna be Chipotle mayo, because it's so spicy. That's kind of gay. And he just scoots off. Every street in the entire town is covered in ice. They should honestly turn Heated Rivalry into a theater show on ice. That'd be sick. We are going to have gay sex today. Yes, 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 yes. But people aren't going to like it. They're gonna think it's weird and strange. But soon they'll learn to like it. when we have sex in front of them. Well, at least we got the first part written. What else could happen on Heated Rivalry on Ice, the musical? What feels like a long time ago now, I went to stay with some relatives over the holidays. Late on Christmas Day, the party was winding down, and I was sitting with my uncle and a few others while we finished off a bottle or two. My aunt and uncle decorated their kitchen almost entirely with pictures of themselves and my cousins, so we spent quite a while looking at each of them and either reminiscing or harmlessly poking fun. I remember we were laughing at one picture because my uncle's 70s hair was absolutely hilarious, and then as he took it all in good humor, What's up, Mossy Mushroom? How we doing? Chilled on the Ice musical. Heated Rivalry Chilled. Actually, that'd be great. The North Korean Blaze of Glory move will always be hilarious. We need to have a crossover, a collaboration. I cannot do anything hockey related without that damn show coming up. I mean, yeah. You know how hard it is for me to be a cowboy with one of my best friends as my, hog tire, trying to run a ranch together as two single dudes. You know what they call us. Then, as he took it all in good humor, he got up and said something like, "If you think that's funny, wait until you see Aunt Janny's hair from the 80s. She thought she was Grace Jones." Now we're thinking, no way, and my aunt tells him that he's a dead man if he brings those photo albums down from their bedroom. But my uncle didn't listen, and somehow he lived to see another day. Aunt Janie's hair was cool as heck, by the way, and then since my uncle brought down a whole box full of photo albums for us to flick through, we started passing them around. And I found myself flicking through this one album that contained much older photos than the others. And then in one photo, a man I first mistook from the Ram Ranchers. The Shattered-Backed Boys. Brokeback Mountain. Did they know what they were doing when they called it Brokeback Mountain? Did they ever, think that through at all? Or was that completely coincidental? I found myself flicking through this one album that contained much older photos than the others. And then in one photo, a man I first mistook for my Uncle Steve, whose home I was staying at, was standing in a church while wearing some kind of ceremonial Catholic robe. Now don't laugh at me, I don't know the names of those things, but admittedly I was pretty drunk, so the first thing out of my mouth was like, "Holy crap, Uncle Steve, when the heck were you a priest?" Now he was pretty drunk too, so for a second he says, "I've never been..." And then he shot me this look like he'd just done something he shouldn't. And then, he wasn't mean or aggressive about it, but he quickly took the album away from me, saying, "I think we've seen enough of this from this one." God damn it. Injured Spine Mountain. Bad titles, maybe they should think stuff through. Maybe they'll make a sequel, honestly. Good morning from Finland. Rare treat to be up early for the stream. Thank you, Esmook. How's Finland? Scoliosis Mountain. When you break someone's back so hard they get scoliosis. Sciatica Slope. Holy shit. Yeah. Silent but deadly crevasse. No, that's not very good. Dun 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 dun. Sekila, good to see you. Love you too. You think Hollywood didn't know what they were doing? They always know what they're doing. Holly Weird. Butthurt Mountain. Have you watched The Running Man? I haven't, no. What's that one about? At least there were no Bareback Mountain jokes in the film, although that would have been funny. Was it a comedy? Was Brokeback Mountain a comedy? It was called Pink Sock Hill. Then, and he wasn't mean or aggressive about it, but he quickly took the album away, saying, "I think we've seen enough from this one." Now, I'm wondering why he's all embarrassed about it, but when Aunt Janny realized that, motherfucker, sometimes I forget their names. Now, I'm wondering why he's all embarrassed about it, but when Aunt Janie realized what was happening, she immediately rose from her seat, took the album, and returned it upstairs. And when she returned, I asked her what the deal was and why she seemed so desperate to remove that particular album. She said that she didn't want to spoil the evening, so she'd tell me all about it in the morning. And the next morning, after a very hungover breakfast, I waited for an opportune moment to ask my Aunt Janie about the photo I saw. She sighed and said something like, "I've been hoping you've forgotten all about that." But she stayed true to her word, put on a pot of coffee, and started telling me the story. And so the first thing you need to know is that the man... Motherfucker, dude, I just want to find a rhythm. Why is it so fucking hard to ask to find a rhythm? Fucking hell, mate. Okay, we got this. Whispers in the dark. What's up, dude? Slippery Slope Mountain. It's our 10-year anniversary right around now. Judith, wait, what? You've been with the channel for 10 years? There's no way. I thought the last time we checked in it was like, oh, it's your 10-year anniversary. Sorry, no, I was like, there's no, I don't even know if my channel, that would be wild. What's up, Christy? Rhythm is a dancer. Okay, after... But she stayed true to her word, put on a pot of coffee, and started telling me the story. And so the first thing you need to know is that the man in the religious clothing was not my Uncle Steve. It was his non-identical twin, Simon. They still looked hella similar, but had apparently taken very different paths in life because Simon went off to join the seminary or whatever after college. Now, I thought it was odd that I was only just getting an introduction to him, but over the course of the next half hour or so, it made total sense why no one talked about him anymore. Now, after graduating from the seminary, now don't crucify me by the way, I don't know how it all works, my Uncle Simon ended up moving to Nebraska. He worked here on the East Coast for a while, but then was offered some big shot job working for the church way over in Lincoln, and so that's where he went. He stayed in Lincoln for around 10 years, and then one day, he forwarded Uncle Steve a new address and a phone number. And Steve thinks he's been promoted to something, and so he calls to congratulate him. God, I don't know why the "or something" thing in like text makes me so annoyed. Non-identical twin? I don't even know, bro. Been a member for 5.5 months. That's crazy, Judith. Thank you. I wish I could add more emotes. I would give you something beyond the gold sock. The golden, it would be a pink sock at this point. Steve thinks he's been promoted or something, and so he calls to congratulate him. But Uncle Simon hadn't been promoted. He'd retired from the church, yet he wasn't some senior. He was in his mid-30s. Uncle Steve thought that Simon sounded weird on the phone, so he drove all the way out to see him at his new place to make sure that he was okay. Well, Uncle Simon was not okay. He was drinking a whole bunch and said that he'd lost his faith and had basically given up on the world. Uncle Steve figured that he was having some kind of early onset midlife crisis and stayed with him till he got his drinking under control. And then once he was on his feet again, Steve drove home and monitored his brother by phone instead. He called him one day, and then once every couple of days, and then once a week. And by the time the calls were a week, Simon was saying something about writing a book and trying to get it published. He had a bunch of savings from his work with the church, and since he was acting stable, Uncle Steve figured that Simon was the worst of his. Never gonna dance again. Feet have got no rhythm. Never gonna dance again. He had a bunch of savings from his work with the church, and since he was acting stable, Uncle Steve figured that Simon was over the worst of his midlife crisis. They kept in touch, just not on the regular, but then one day, Uncle Steve called his brother and found that he wasn't answering his phone. He got so worried that he drove out to Nebraska to check on him personally, but when he arrived, he found Simon had passed away in his sleep. L'ouvalada mon cher. With my chest. L'ouvalada mon cher. L'ouvalada mon cher. What's that mean? Now we've done it. What does it mean? Hey, see you, Nasty Nate. Take care, bro. Doesn't translate clearly in any single language. It looks like a hybrid of a stylized phrase likely meant to sound romantic or exotic rather than grammatically correct. Mon cher, French, means my dear, my darling. L'ouvalada, not a standard word in French, Italian, or Spanish or Latin, likely a proper name. Person, place, fictional term, a phonetic invention meant to feel romantic. L'ouvalada, my dear. Oh. Okay. I have fraternal twins, one boy, one girl. I also have an adopted daughter that is only 4.5 months older than my twins. They're 16. That's cool. What's it like for them being twinsies? Hey, no frowns. What's up, dude? Something for the hubby to listen to on the internet forever. 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 He got so worried that he drove out to Nebraska to check on him personally. But when he arrived, he found Simon had passed away in his sleep. Uncle Steve later said that finding his brother's body like that was the worst thing that ever happened to him. But since he was so focused on reporting the death to the cops and not compromising on what might have been a crime scene, he didn't take a detailed look around Simon's house. Meaning he and his family had to wait about a week or two to get a full picture of what caused his death. And so the first thing that Uncle Steve found out was that Simon died from some kind of liver disease caused by his drinking. He'd apparently started up again in secret, and it all just caught up with him one day in the worst possible way. And then once they were cleared to collect his belongings, Steve found What's up, John F? And Mossy Mushroom, welcome to the Buttersuck Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, friend. And a lot of cool emotes, too. Can you imagine all the cool emotes you have now? Isn't that crazy? Ain't that crazy and shit? When they were younger, it was easier to say that they were triplets. They fight a lot, but they also don't let bullies fuck with the others. Oh, and twin speak, it's real. All three of mine do it. 6-7. What's up, RLDO4QF? Really cool that YouTube switched everybody's usernames to like robot speak. It really makes it fun to talk to people. He'd apparently started up again in secret, and it all just caught up with him one day in the worst possible way. And then, once they were clear to collect his belongings, Steve found out why his brother had started drinking again, and that it's all to do with that book that he was writing. Now, this was back in the early 90s, so Simon had one of those electronic word processors to write with. Well, Steve ends up taking it home and asks it to print out what's stored on it, and it prints out everything Simon had written over the past couple of weeks. It turns out Simon's book was about his time in the church, but it read like a damned confession. Basically, the big high-profile job that he'd been given in Lincoln was essentially a public relations role, in that his job was to maintain good relations between the Catholic Church and the people of Nebraska. But this was a PR role unlike any other because the specifics involved visiting the families of children who had been abused by priests or whoever and convincing them not to take any legal action. And he did this by telling them the offending priests would be moved and also by offering them pretty measly amounts of cash, considering these kids would be scarred for life, obviously. If they didn't comply, he'd move on to threatening them with countersuits and whatnot, saying that it'd be much easier and much less costly for them to just move on. Now, you might think that that kind of thing only happens maybe once every few years or so, or if you're naive to the Catholic Church, that is. But for those that aren't, well, I'm guessing you're already wise to the fact that there were a lot of these cases for Uncle Simon to deal with. There was a time when... God damn it, I feel like my rhythm is all fucking off for some reason. I do not know why. Asking since you're AI daddy, figured you would have tips on how to put Alexa in her place. What are you doing to poor Alexa? Leave her alone. She ain't done nothing to you. Have I played Repo yet? I have not, no. I've asked some friends to play it, but then they're like, I don't really like Lethal Company. And I'm like, I don't think this is the exact same. But whatever. If they just want to play the same stupid fucking games they play all the time, that's fine. Do I have any female friends, or do you only want to date them? No, I have female friends. I mean, I definitely hang out with guys a lot more than girls, but I have female friends. Do I only want to date them? I don't know. It's whatever. The moon is in a heated rivalry with the sun. Probably. Do you have pet names for us? Yeah, you're Mookley. Justin is Shitter. If Fry was here, he's Little Monkey. You don't have to play with others in Repo. I feel like I'd want to. I don't even know what the game's about, to be honest. There was a time when he had one family a week, sometimes two if the schedule got a little congested, and he wasn't just confined to Nebraska either. He traveled to all the surrounding states, using either the carrot or the stick to convince these poor, victimized families to take the money and shut up for the good of the church. And the way they justified this, the church I mean, was absolutely nightmarish. First off, there was a running narrative among certain priests that the kids were responsible for tempting the clergy, and that the encounters in certain cases were very much consensual. Now, I can't even begin to wrap my head around the disgustingly perverted logic of that, and how someone could convince themselves that that was the case. But I can kind of understand the next group, who thought certain perverts were just trying to get money out of the... parents, not perverts. The perverted parents. Stealing the church's money. Repo is so good, especially with at least one other person. My partner made a channel just for us because I got scared. Well, he's too far for me to hear in the game chat. Yeah, isn't that the one? Isn't the AI in it kind of like insane? Like where it like mimics your voice and stuff? Do I ever find myself narrating my life in real time? Okay, now you're gonna drop a log. Ooh, that sounds like a big one. Little backsplash, I suppose. Uh-oh. Hopefully there's nothing creeping and crawling in the sewers. I love Repo, but my friends never want to play anymore between work and the other games. Yeah, I think it's kind of old at this point. It kind of stinks that like the longevity of a game sometimes is only ever like a month. I mean, even like Arc Raiders, it seems to be dying down a little bit, I suppose. Did you ever go a day or two without talking out loud? No. I always gotta say some stupid shit. What do I think about Jelly Roll? I don't know. What is he? He's like a fat guy. If he's fat, then I think he needs to think about his health, his future self. Poseidon's kiss. Spreading the cheeks. Is pretty much you like, if you shit hard enough, you can create your own bidet. A fat man in a little coat? Dude, no, he lost like 200 pounds. That's good. Hopefully it wasn't Ozempic. What's my vocal stim? What's my vocal stim? Oh boy. I don't know, but I've had the cops called many a time. But I can kind of understand the next group, who thought certain parents were just trying to get money out of the church. Uncle Simon wrote how certain people, including himself, didn't doubt that there was a handful of... God damn it. I just want to, do it, you know? Uncle Simon wrote how certain people, himself included, didn't doubt that there were a handful of legitimate cases, but they also believed the Michael Jackson hypotheses, as they put it, that one legit case sparked dozens of fake ones, with each set of parents only looking for a payout. Oh, but they also believed. Okay. What's your fried beef with Ozempic, huh? I think just because it, eats up not just your fat, it eats up your muscle tissue and your bone density, and I think it's currently in, litigation for making people blind. I'm not even joking, there is going to come a time where you're going to see all this shit about, GLP-1 and agonists or whatever the fuck they are. It's going to be late at night and all of them are being sued by people for turning them into fucking zombies or some shit. Are you a loved one hurt by a GLP-1 agonist, Ozempic? You may be entitled to compensation. Now the doctors try to push Ozempic on you. Yeah, tell me, whenever doctors all try to push shit on you, right after all of the major pharmaceutical companies have been sued for doctors pushing fucking pain medicine all the goddamn time, do you not sit there and ponder to yourself for a little bit that maybe doctors don't know what the fuck they're talking about sometimes, and that you're gonna have to do a little bit of your own discerning research? It's just, I don't know, man. Anytime they go hard on something, it just doesn't make, you have to be a little wary. Because these guys are just literally go to school. Sure, they learn a lot, sure, they work hard, but if you've ever interacted with a doctor who's, been through the entire schooling system, it's almost like hardly any of them are, fucking normal people. They're all, some, abstract sense of weird. And they all got something to sell you. Speed's going to live in Egypt. Do you think Speed will let you live with him? I had a doctor teacher who couldn't answer my why questions. It's reasonable. I mean, I don't know. I think the one big thing you can do with most other human beings is have little to no expectations for them at all, and literally just go figure out everything yourself. I'm on a GLP-1 but not Ozempic. My doctor actually didn't push it. She had me try all kinds of changes and such. That was the last resort. That's alright. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've heard retatrutide. I've heard that one's pretty crazy, but there's something about a medication that slows down your digestion. It is connected to taking out most tissues, including lean tissue as well. There's just so many questions there that I don't think are fully answered, but they're throwing it at everyone all over the place. And it just makes me really, really apprehensive. Mainly because of the side effects that I've heard with people. That's because your healthcare is so sincerely a Brit. Dude, I don't have any fucking faith in British healthcare either, brother. Like, I don't sit there and anticipate like any British doctor is any more intelligent. Like, I've heard about doctors who literally haven't been kept up to date on any of their like surgical procedures, so they're still doing procedures that they learned when they graduated from med school back in like 1960, with like no updates, and like essentially, you know, having some pretty detrimental effects on people. As well as like the long-ass wait times in like British healthcare. You know, it's like, people love to throw the word universal healthcare around all the time, but it doesn't mean your shit's just going to be like immediately better or immediately more reliable. It just means that the government's involved, and anytime the government gets involved, shit just gets slow, inefficient, and incompetent. British dentistry, yeah. But they also believe the Michael Jackson hypothesis, as they put it. But they also believe the Michael Jackson hypothesis, as they put it, that one legit case sparked dozens of fake ones, with each set of parents only looking for a payout. That one was a lot easier for people to believe, but then there were the priests. But then there were the priests who straight up believed all the cases were legitimate, but didn't care because to them, the overall benefits of the church outweighed the negatives of the abusing priests. Uncle Simon lasted in that job for 10 years, a whole decade of ensuring that evil didn't get punished. And then one day it just caught up with him, I guess. He'd been living in his messed up predatory echo chamber for so long that when he finally saw the light, it drove him nuts and turned him into a major alcoholic. I get it too. If one day you realized that you'd been. Natural medicine is in food. Red onion, garlic, turmeric, ginger. Make it into tomato sauce and make it sour. Yeah, and just not consuming a shit ton of fucking like processed food, counting your calories, getting in exercise and lifting and cardio, all that shit. I mean, you just gotta, like, a pound of prevention is worth 1,000 pounds of cure, or whatever the fuck. British docs are not so swayed by pharmaceutical companies. There's waiting lists, but you're prioritized for certain symptoms, 2 weeks for cancer symptoms. Yeah, that's good. And I suppose, yeah, if they can avoid the, you know, oiling of the palms, so to speak. I don't know, man. I've seen it firsthand working in healthcare, like how fucking stupid some fucking doctors are. Some of them are goddamn butchers. Some of them are just absolute morons. And then, yeah, some of them are corrupt in the fact that, like, they send, like, one hot, like, you know, pharmaceutical rep around who, like, takes the doctor out on a date and sucks his cock, and then now every fucking patient gets Toradol, you know, after every surgery, or every patient gets these specific, like, little squeezy boots on the end of their feet to prevent blood clots and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't take a whole lot to trick a doctor into changing people's lives forever. Dr. Dench, no, who's that? How much longer I plan on being on? Well, I got 2 more stories after this. Oh, Dr. Death. Wait, was it Dr. Death or was it like some dude? I forget. Who is it? Did we cover him on this channel? Was that like a nurse or something that was putting air into old people's stuff? You wish you were a doctor back in the OxyContin Prime era. It's sad. Honestly, some of them get very addicted to that stuff. It'd be like, sometimes it's like surprising to come across a doctor that's just generally moral and not addicted to like sex or some type of opiate. Hey, Sheila, good to see you. Take care. I have an excellent health care here in Canada and so appreciative of it, but it isn't perfect. I still maintain I prefer universal health care versus the States. Well, I guess it just comes down to the experience of the individual. take fish oil? Are you guys taking your D3 with vitamin K2? I mean, I believe in it, you know. I think people suggest upwards of like 10,000 IUs of vitamin D3. I get it too. Like if one day you realize that you'd be a total God damn it, dude. I get it too. Like if one day you realized you'd been a total piece of crap, like legitimately enabling evil to exist in the world, what else is there to do but isolate yourself, drink yourself into a stupor, and just wait around to die? You failed at life in one of the worst ways possible, and I don't think people can come back from something like that. Once they found out what Simon really did for a living, the way my Uncle Steve dealt with it was just not talk about it. He didn't do therapy. He didn't do therapy or anything like that. He just shut him away in a box somewhere in his mind and pretended he didn't even have a brother anymore. Simon was just some guy he happened to grow up with who no longer deserved any thought. I remember asking if Uncle Steve had maybe forgotten the picture was there or if he kept one last picture of his brother to remember him by. Aunt Jeremy, Aunt Janie said that it was definitely the latter. Steve knew that that picture was in that particular album, and it wouldn't have mattered if he was blackout drunk. He wouldn't have brought... Flav. Go to bed. I can't go to bed until I get this done. I've got a mission, and it must be completed. Steve knew that picture was in that album, and it wouldn't have mattered if he was blackout drunk. He wouldn't have brought it downstairs unless, for some reason, he wanted us to see it. We figured it might be a cry for help or something, and all that feeling was bubbling up all those years. We figured it might be a cry for help or something, and all that feeling was bubbling up after all those years. But to my knowledge, he never talked about it. I mean, maybe he did talk about it with my aunt and asked her not to broadcast what he said, but who knows? And I sure hope he did anyway, because it's not healthy to keep that kind of pain buried inside like that. Not healthy at all. It's important to remember medical training focuses on cure, not prevention, understanding nutrition and how to stay healthy as best. Obviously talking about conditions you can influence for sure. For sure. Keep it 100. Keep it 6-7. Eating lemon can help wake you up. Someone throw a lemon at me right now. Everybody throw tomatoes at me, rotten ones. I'm gonna catch them with my mouth and drink them. I like videos to fall asleep to one with the weird dog. Which one's the weird dog? Smile Dog? Or was there another dog one? You know what they should do? When someone doesn't do good at performing, instead of throwing rotten tomatoes, they should throw rocks. They should just stone people to death. Oh, you suck at comedy? Well, say hello to Allah for me, would you? Tried getting Adderall for the longest. One shroom trip set me straight. What did the shroom trip tell you? What's up, babes? How goes it? Yeah, I want everyone to experience when I was stoned to death via rotten tomatoes. Yeah, you start throwing eggs, but instead you start collecting them. Like, these are like $8 a dozen. I got creamed in the head by a persimmon branch once. What's a persimmon branch? Okay, story 3. What'd you guys think of the last two? Were they okay? I want you guys to tell me out of the 4 where you think I should put them in the video. I feel mental clarity for a few days after a shroom trip. Yeah, interesting. Why do they throw rice after weddings? Maybe it grows in the ground. Rice patties. First live chat I kind of wow. Hey, you had a nice Christmas and New Year. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Kind of hitting that sort of winter rut after Christmas, where there's really nothing to like look forward to anymore except eventually seeing the sun in June here in Pennsylvania. It's so fucking weird sometimes to think like I could have grown up literally anywhere else in the country, you know, could have existed there and had a life, and I still can, I suppose. But it's strange to think that like family could have just like settled down anywhere, but we chose this fucking state with winter. How do you feel about fasting for 72 hours? I feel like 72, I've heard, is like where your muscle starts to kind of like be used a little bit. So I would say, I mean, from what I've read, I heard like the 48-hour fast is like probably the ideal, 36 to 48, and you're just only really doing that like maybe once every 2 weeks or something. Hey Sheila, thank you. Not liking winter is a skill issue. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I'm not getting good at it. I'm just nocturnal too, so it's just I get hit with the double fucking whammy, you know what I mean? I just need to be normal. Need to live a normal life. Story suggestion, yeah, of course. We'll see what we can find. About 10 years ago now, my dad passed away. He died of natural causes, but it was so sudden that it hit us really hard. And then maybe a month or so after all the funeral and inheritance stuff, I got asked if I wanted a few boxes of his things. My mom and dad divorced when me and my little sister were kids, and he lived on the other side of the state, so we only ever saw him on weekends, and only if. Why is that like, it just feels like words are backwards tonight. I don't know why. And only ever if he was free. Only ever if. I feel like I'm reading Dr. Seuss. I can't always move, yeah. It's just so weird. It's like, you know, here it's like family, friends, all the networks you build up, all that kind of stuff. I mean, to just like up and move somewhere it'd be such a crazy thing. I mean, I've been many places, but to like just straight up see you later, stinkers, just be very difficult to do. I'd have to get a new tax accountant. That's the hardest part. My mom and dad divorced when me and my little sister were kids, and he lived on the other side of the state, so we only ever saw him on weekends, and only ever if he was free. He was a big workaholic and didn't have much time for us growing up, so when it came time to divide up the boxes of his stuff, she told me that I was welcome to all 3. I took delivery of the 3 cardboard boxes a couple of days later, and then for about a week, they sat untouched in my living room. Now, opening them meant accepting that he was gone and that he was never coming back. And while that might sound kind of obvious since I already attended his funeral and received my inheritance, I guess that's just where I was. I guess that's just where I was at emotionally. Yeah, if I move states, I gotta get a new tattoo. A new tattoo of my tax accountant. Of my tax number, my EIN. Do I have a TikTok account? No, not anymore.
China. Can't be giving China all of my info. It's not good. They're gonna use it to do weird stuff to my butt.
Bring on the sun. Not like we get a lot in Scotland, but I think I'm solar powered for sure. No, just go live by Dan Petrelli. Is he's in California? Or I don't even know where he's at. No, just Instagram. Instagram just seems to be the simplest. I don't even really feel like I need social media, to be honest, as a whole. Any personal accounts, obviously not asking you to share, just curious. No, I, don't really do personal social media accounts or anything like that. I guess I did when I was like young, but then you kind of get over that or whatever. But still, even just having Instagram has been like a massive headache as far as just slowly eroding my brain with, slop and brain rot slop. But it's fine. It's fine. Things will change when they change, right? And while that might sound kind of obvious since I already attended his funeral and received my inheritance, I guess that's just where I was at. Fuck, man. Fuck. I feel like I'm trying to sing a song, but the notes don't make sense. I don't know why. And while that might sound kind of obvious since I already attended his funeral and received my inheritance, I guess that's just where I was at emotionally. I took a couple of days before I finally summoned up the courage to cut the tape and open up the boxes, and when I did, it was just as emotional as I imagined it would be. All the stuff from his childhood, seeing how similar we were growing up, it really gave me this concrete sense of who I was and where I'd come from. There were all kinds of baseball cards, old photos of my dad and my aunt as kids, and then old Fender Stratocaster, still in its case, which had to be worth thousands of dollars by this point. And there was a really nice shirt too, one from an expensive tailor in New York. And then finally, there was the laptop case. And by the look of things, it had to be from the mid-90s at the very least. But then large sections of it were made from what appeared to be real leather, and it was actually really well designed in terms of all the extra storage and not ergonomic. And now, ergonomic it was. How ergonomic, maybe? Oh, penis and butts. Holy shit. Somebody cheer me up, man. Can you guys cheer me the fuck up? Ting-a-ling, a ling school bell, a ring knife, a fork fight, fee dumpling. There you go, that's all I needed to hear. A hike. A hike would be nice if anybody wants to go hiking. Joel is just a shadow. I do feel very shadow-esque lately. But then large sections of it were made from what appeared to be real leather, and it was actually really well designed in terms of all the extra storage and how ergonomic it was. I decided to get it refurbished, if that's even the right word for stuff like that, and then I could use it for my laptop, for folders and files, and it did look damn good holding them too. But first, I needed to make sure all the little pockets and pouches were empty. There were some receipts in one pouch, some old Italian lira in another, which is the money they used to use before euros, and then in another pouch, I found an envelope. But the name written on it wasn't my dad's. It wasn't even really a name at all. It was just saying... But the name written on it wasn't my dad's. It wasn't even really a name at all. It just said, Honey. And at first I figured it was a letter from my mom, one from before the divorce when they were still in their honeymoon period. Now, I thought it might make for a nice read, something to remind me that they were actually in love once. But then when I opened the envelope, I saw some pictures inside it too. Nude pictures. And having already retrieved the handwritten letter and assuming the photos were of my mom, I dropped the envelope with the photo still inside like it was radioactive. Now, I was kind of put off reading the letter too, because if there were nude pictures in the envelope, then I'd most likely be grossed out by all hell by its... Most likely be grossed out to all hell. Oh my god. Christophus, what's up, bro? I'm not washing this mop tonight, but you're right, it's not over because it's turned... Oh, yeah, sorry. What would you do if you were walking down the street at night in New York and heard "Cowabunga, dude," then got jumped by a bunch of turtles? I'd shoot him in the fucking penisless crotch area just to see if they felt any pain. First time alive, hearing your voice say funny stuff instead of creepy stuff has tripped me out. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. I am having somebody right now. I found somebody to like go through the streams and find like funny parts and try to make compilations of it. So I think that would be good for like some bonus content. Red glue gun, blue glue gun. 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 I can't. I remember hearing the back of like turtle shells had some like really weird sort of like symbology on it. Did you guys ever hear about that? Let's look that up. Let's look it up. I feel like it was something, but I can't quite remember. The goo goo gun. Short answer, yes. People talk about the symbols on turtle shells, but they're usually natural patterns that humans interpret symbolically. Dude, how come ChatGPT always fucking ruins everything? There's just like this constant like lack of fucking wonder in the world. You know what I mean? It's like the only people who are ever allowed to have like fanciful thoughts about like reality and life are like billionaires. Everybody else just gets to like think constantly in a state of just non-magic, you know? And it's just like, shut the fuck up. The news, the police, ChatGPT. Everyone's so fucking boring. Nobody believes in any sort of spiritual realms or strange symbols on the back of turtles. Okay, what do we got here? We got turtles used for divination in China. They would have sex with the turtles. Indigenous folklore. Turtle Island. No. That's not right. No, it was something about their segments being months. Like 13 months and not 12 months. Many indigenous traditions in North America point out that a turtle shell has 13 large scutes or plates down the center. The year traditionally has 13 lunar months. Each month is tied to a season, a natural cycle, a teaching or responsibility. This isn't random symbolism, it's a mnemonic system for tracking time. Lunar calendar connection. A lunar cycle is approximately 28 days. 13 times 28 equals 364 days, very close to a solar year. Because of this, the turtle became a living calendar. Turtle Island. In several indigenous cosmologies, North America is called Turtle Island. The turtle carries the world. Its shell represents time, order, and continuity. It's kind of crazy. Stephen King loved using Native American lore to explain everything in his stories. Who taught this? Commonly cited. Which beliefs vary by nation? The 13 Scoot teaching is associated with the Anishinaabe, the Ojibwe, the Haudenosaunee, Iroquois Confederacy, the Lenape. Important nuance. Not every turtle species has exactly 13 central scutes. I don't even know that's kind of cool. You'll learn that in trivia now. What is the name of the segments on the back of a turtle shell? It's a scute. S-C-U-T-E-S. Scutes. And every indigenous culture teaches this. Not every indigenous culture teaches this. The idea of symbolic and educational, not a biological claim. The turtle mark months. What? All right. That's all I need to hear. I just at the end of every fucking thing you ask ChatGPT, it's always got to talk you off the edge of a cliff. Now I know what you're thinking. You felt a small, brief sense of, godlike wonder and the observation of nature. But don't get your hopes up, because most people are just stupid monkeys, right? Nothing more, nothing less. Everything is a black pill. was kind of put off reading the letter too, because if there were nude pictures in the envelope, then I'd most likely be grossed out to all hell by its contents. But I figured as soon as it got spicy, I'd just tap out and then burn the envelope's contents, because God knows that I didn't want anyone getting their hands on those pictures. Now anyway, I started reading the letter, and right away I'm feeling suspicious, because it's not my mom's handwriting. I was suspicious, not overly so because, and cool story, people's handwriting actually changes over time due to things like health, experience, mood, and intentional practice. I did a whole semester on neurological stuff like that in college, so with that in mind, I didn't immediately think, this isn't a letter from my mom. Another reason it didn't occur to me that it wasn't her letter was the date. It was dated at a time when they were still married, but then as I read the letter's contents, none of it seemed to make any sense. It talked about places my dad and the author had been, but to my knowledge, Mom and Dad had never been to California together. But if they had, I was pretty sure they'd have mentioned it in passing at some point, not just kept a weird secret. What is one thing you do that absolutely doesn't make sense, but you do it anyway? I guess eat food, really. Like, I know my body could probably survive for a while without the food, but... And I'm not even, like, hungry most of the time. But I'm just like, well, I gotta shovel this shit into my mouth. Just 'cause. Blowing the Super Nintendo cartridge back and forth really fast and hope it makes it better, but it makes it worse. Now it's just covered in your spittle. You killed a pet turtle once by dropping it? Holy shit. I feel like that would have been traumatic. Why do I use Chat GPT if you hate it so much? I think maybe you take what I say too literally. You think too much into it to mean like absolute fact, whenever you need to think of it as more of a comedic nuance, I suppose. I'd save turtles on multiple occasions, both with my sister. That's cool. What about snapping schnurtles? I remember one time my buddy found a snapping turtle's baby underneath his motherfucking shed. And he, like, you know, don't live anywhere near any sort of, like, water that would have, like, snapping turtles, but somehow, like, a snapping turtle baby was just, like, buried under the shed, and he only found it because he was, like, doing some digging. It's just, like, the weirdest shit ever, and then he, like, that was his pet. He, like, had a pet snapping turtle. I would listen to your stories with my sister, and she was like, wow, all this bad stuff happens, and I'm thinking they were your stories. I do wonder that sometimes, that people think they're all me. Yeah, it was legitimately alive. It was the weirdest thing ever. It was just like, it almost reminded me a little bit of like those creatures from, what's it called, A Silent Place, or what's the one with, you know, Jim Halpert from The Office? A Quiet Place, yeah. And, it, you know, and the fact that they can just like sort of survive on a meteor, and then the meteor falls to Earth and like just destroy, but then they can just come out and like be ready to fuck shit up. That's like kind of the vibe that I got from whatever the snapping turtle. Because the only thing I can imagine was like, at some point in the process of whatever he was digging or whatever landscaping he was doing, the turtle's egg got buried in the landscaping rocks or the landscaping dirt, or like a bird flew over and was going to eat it, but then it got bit and dropped it. And I don't even know, dude. It was like the fact that it was like underground was the weirdest shit ever. They hibernate and they go underground during the wintertime. I guess so. It's just so strange because it was like a baby. It was like a little fucking baby. Does a turtle bite hurt worse than a crab bite? A snapping turtle can fuck you up pretty bad. Like I'm pretty sure you can lose fingers from a snapping turtle. Jim Halpert was the worst character in Office by far. Yeah, I mean, I definitely disliked Jim at multiple times, but it's like as you kind of get to know all the characters, they all sort of grow on you a little bit. What's up, 2 McCharlie? There was a Mexican that survived on a boat drinking turtle blood for like months. They can do anything. They're all hibernating right now? That's pretty sick. I like that one episode when Dwight impersonates Jim. Yeah. Or the Meat Canyon thing where it's like, I too would like to have sex with Pam. Not just... Wait, I feel like I read that wrong. It talked about places my dad and the author had been, but to my knowledge, Mom and Dad had never been to California together. But if they had, I was pretty sure that they'd have mentioned it in passing at some point, not just kept it a secret. I keep thinking All right, we'll go back here. Jesus. You love your cat? Same, dude. My cat's so cool. I'm gonna take a look at him real quick. There he is. Curled up in a little cat ball. Hey, Sonomi, what's up? When Michael dressed up like Phyllis. I don't remember that. Hey, Fry, what's up, bro? We were just talking about gay hockey players. It was dated at a time when they were still married, but then as I read the letter's contents, none of it made any sense. It talked about places my dad and the author had been, but to my knowledge, Mom and Dad had never been to California together, and if they had, I was pretty sure that they'd have mentioned it in passing at some point, not just kept it a secret. And like I said, I got maybe halfway through the letter before I sort of said, okay, this is definitely not Mom, because the author was calling my dad all these pet names that were not the same ones used by my mother. Now I remember picking up the envelope and rolling the dice by taking a look at the pictures, and then lo and behold, the naked lady in them was definitely not my mom, meaning only one thing. Dude, I'm like losing my ability to read. That would suck. What if I just go nuts one day and lose the ability to be a read guy? What color's my cat? He's black.
He was born in a graveyard.
He's Black Betty, Bama Lamb. The ironic would be if you wound up having to use AI after all these years of people accusing you of being AI. Yeah. I don't know. AI as a whole, it seems to be going downhill. Like, it's like not... You know how like every week it was like, oh, it's getting so freaking good. Oh my god. Now it just seems like it's getting not so good. And that is my terrible, superficial, pointless take on that. Then lo and behold, the naked lady in them was definitely not my mom, meaning only one thing. My dad, prior to the divorce, had been cheating on my mom with a lady that he met at work, and if my suspicions were correct, that was what led to the divorce, not the irreconcilable differences they cited in the divorce papers. And the only thing that I didn't understand was why my mom would keep it a big secret. She wasn't exactly Dad's biggest fan after the divorce, and she really didn't hold back from talking trash about him. But if that was the case, and assuming that she knew about it, then why didn't she mention the affair? The only explanation was either she wanted to protect us from the truth, which seemed very unlikely, or she genuinely didn't know my dad had an affair. She didn't even know about my dad's affair with the leprechaun. Are you on Character AI? No, what's that? Is that a web site? A weeb site? Most use of AI is not worth the environmental damage. You're telling me that whenever I want to put Ronald McDonald wearing a hijab, that destroying an entire rainforest is not worth it? Come on. Come on. Think of the memes. It'll wipe your memory, replace its deception. Joel, it's my birthday on Friday. Nice, dude. What are you going to do? They want to have an AI boyfriend version of me. Well, then have at it. He'll never be as annoying as the real thing. Cats are awesome, but black cats are the best. I have two. Both just turned them in my house for me to adopt. That's so cool. Yeah, my cat is so sweet. He's just such a good boy. He's never mad. Well, he gets mad, but he never, like, is bad. He's just a little scrumbler. I wish I could do more for him, honestly. I wish I could just free him into a kill box. Like a kill box filled with, like, mice, and he just goes in there and he hunts in the kill box for the mice and just has a great time. Do I walk him? No. I tried taking him. I put like a harness on him and tried to take him for a walk, and he just flops over and you kind of have to drag him. The cat vibrator. The only explanation was either she wanted to protect us from the truth, which seemed very unlikely, or she genuinely didn't know my dad had an affair. If that was the case, and call me selfish or whatever you want, but I did not want to be the one to tell her. They say ignorance is bliss, and I can tell you from experience just how true that really is. So while I understand people thinking I should have told her, I chose not to. And what I chose to do instead was use Google to try and dig up any information on her that I could. Deferk, I was just doing where I was going and what I was doing with this. I've just about McFuggin had every time I pick up my phone for something. I don't know what you're saying, but when Perditz is bad, Joel puts socks on him for a day. I put him in a little sock so he just looks like a caterpillar. And he has to squeak around. What I chose to do instead was use Google to try and dig up any information on her I could find. The lady signed off her love letter with a shortened version of a fairly common girl's name, and so I tried... Brother, wish I had a faster way to start and stop my recordings. What was it like without cell phones? Dude, it was so fucking cool, man. It was just like it was just you know what I mean? Like, obviously, I still had video games and stuff to distract me and TV shows and shit, so genuinely, I do wonder what it was like before then, too. But I remember I didn't get a cell phone till probably 9th grade, and it was like just your typical flip phone, call your mom, text your friends or whatever. Yeah, T9, dude, texting on T9 might seem like a pain in the ass, but it was so much better than whatever the fuck is texting on iPhones. I swear to fucking God, I have never successfully sent a text message over an iPhone or any like smartphone where it's not just a complete mishmash of like fuck up spelling errors. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me how bad it is. Even with like, it's like you think with like the AI predictive text, it could just like, you would think autocorrect could work, but like whatever autocorrect is, it's just like absolute fucking non-intuitive dog shit. You needed to use an actual calculator to write boobies. Me and my mama trying to explain to my daughter what it was like before streaming. She couldn't conceptualize that if you missed your favorite TV show, you waited till summer to see the rerun. Yeah, you were screwed, bro. Dude, you had to be up on the weekends, bro. It was Saturday. I was fucking awake at like 8 a.m. because I didn't know. I was stupid. I was a stupid little kid, and I didn't know when Pokemon came on. So I just knew if I got up like, early enough, I should be able to catch Pokemon at some point. And then the days that you missed it, you just wanted to fucking jump out a window. Your bathroom breaks were timed, yeah. Yeah, and my brother, like, during shows, because there'd be commercials on, he would go and watch, like, other shows. But in my mind, I would get so fucking mad, because I'd just be like, how could you possibly ever watch other shows when you could potentially miss some of your other show when we go back to it? You're just guesstimating on when we get back there. And he's like, don't worry, we're not going to miss anything. And then we would always miss something. Do you hate me? Are you mad at me, people? I don't like to be asked, are you mad at me, or you whatever, like, because it's just weird. Obviously I'm not mad at anybody, but like sometimes you get those messages like, hey, are you mad at me? And it's just like, for a fact it's coming from someone that's like deeply, deeply insecure to the point that you can't even really understand what you could say to them to make them not that way, you know what I mean? Unless they're actually mad at you, then I guess that makes sense. Which they probably are, right? Oh yeah, if the president came on, there was breaking news, you're screwed. Yeah, it was all Jover. I'm trying to tell my kids about how we used to text when we never had a keyboard. We had to use the number keys and press them repeatedly until we got to the letter we needed. Yeah, and you started to get good at it. And there was some autocorrect there where I think you could press space or something at the bottom and like get the word you wanted. But you had certain ones like down pat, W-Y-D. W-Y-D, come over. Bitch. Suck it. Slurp on it. You smell. I can smell you from the back of the class. This is me texting my teacher. So I tried plugging that name, along with a company my dad used to work at, into the search bar, and then tried adding specific fields like accounting or human resources, and actually got a couple of hits. But there weren't many company pages in my results. They were just sort of news articles, details how a lady who had worked at the same company as my dad had gone missing during the early 90s. Now, I didn't know the lady's second name, so I couldn't be 100% sure that she was the same one my dad had the affair with. But after finding an article which had a picture of her, there was no longer any doubt. The lady who went missing in the 90s was the same one in those nudie pictures. I had to know more. And so I called Mom with what I knew was a very strange request. I wanted to ask her something about Dad, but she wasn't allowed to ask my follow-up questions. Oh. If you wanted to harass someone at school, you actually had to be creative and create a burn book. What's a burn book? You had to burn their house down? I don't think I ever had a MySpace, to be honest with you. Was MySpace fun? I remember you could put music on it and shit. What's with these honkies dissing my girl? Why do they got a front? Friendster. I wanted to ask her something about Dad, but she wasn't allowed. Dude, tonight I've made the most mistakes I've made in my entire life, and I really genuinely think something's fucking wrong with my brain. I'm back on insurance after years. How you been? Doing good. Where you been? Where the frick have you been? We've been waiting. Do you mostly hire people for your employees that you've never really heard of the show, or do you hire people that are fans? It just depends. Like Robin, who does my visuals, like he was a fan, and then Simon, I think, was a fan, and he just like reached out and was like, hey, I could make your podcast like even better, by remastering the audio and making it sound really nice and stuff. And I was like, well, let's fucking do it, baby. So stuff like that. Like, it's basically just people reach out to me, and if like somebody is like has something of value to provide, I can just like make the assessment like, yeah, this will be good. Do you like to sing karaoke? Yeah, karaoke's fun. I haven't done it in forever. I haven't done, like, anything. I was supposed to go to, like, trivia tonight with some friends, and then I just bailed and ate Jersey Mike's and chilled and then streamed. I don't know. Just get hit with that feeling of, like, I don't want to do fucking anything. I don't want to be around anyone. I don't even want anyone to look at me. I don't want to look at them. I don't want to have a crush on some random person across the room and have to stare at them every 2 seconds. I don't want them to have a crush on me. I don't want I don't want to have to stop any active shooters. It's a most likely scenario, probably. I don't even want to have to witness anyone get shot. Such a pain in the ass. What's my Jersey Mike order? I got like a chicken cheesesteak that was pretty good. Do I wake up grumpy? No, I'm usually when I'm like usually in a good mood, honestly. It's just like, I don't know. This past week, I literally thought that I was going to like make it through winter and not feel like bad about it at all, but like this week I just like woke up and I'm just like, fuck. This sucks fucking cocks. Just waking up horny. I wanted to ask her something about Dad, but she wasn't allowed to ask any follow-up questions, not until I was sure of something. Luckily, she wasn't interested in hearing anything I discovered, so I got off lightly in that respect, and so I asked her my question. I wanted to know what was going on with her dad around the time. Her dad? I wanted to know what was going on with her dad around the time of this. Do you think it's her and Dad and not her dad, like her father? Videos from more than 20 years ago, apparently. Her and Dad. Okay, that makes more sense, yeah. I guess I could just slightly read ahead and determine the context. Turned 35 on Saturday and I felt so apathetic and dead inside. Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to, like, what do you want to do, you know? It's like, and it's so tough because, like, comfort is, you know, honestly, in many ways, your biggest enemy in life when it comes to feeling a certain sense of satisfaction with yourself and what you've done or what you will do or what you'll do to achieve your goals. If you want to be a writer, if you want to be a athlete, if you want to be a fucking traveler, if you want to be the best at your company, you know what I mean? Just like random shit, the best crocheter, whatever the fuck. The best like fucking pick up dirt outside and just eat it. Because it's just sometimes just so much more comfortable to just like lay around, especially if you just don't need to do anything. You want to be an artist? What kind of artist do you want to be? We'll figure it out for you right now. Do girls have crushes on me when I go out in public? Yeah, they throw notes. They make little paper airplanes. They just throw them across the room and it lands right on my hot dog I was eating. Like I have a fucking little hot dog in my hand. I'm about to bite into it long ways, and then the fucking paper airplane just pushes the little piece of sausage meat out of there, and it just lands right in my bun, and I bite right into the note. I'm like, God damn it, ladies, please. Please, I'm trying to do some trivia here. Discomfort comes in many senses. People avoid different ones. Some people avoid physical or psychological discomfort. Some avoid emotional discomfort. For show. Faux show. Working on getting a ceramic studio set up, but I need to replace all the elements in my kiln. Oh, money. Okay. Well, yeah, is there a way to achieve said money? Joel is emotionally avoidant. You can't just say that. You have to say why I'm that way. Because I don't really agree with that. I'm not emotionally avoidant at all. I'm not avoidant of really anything. I have to be comfortable. What do you mean? I mean, is there just no way to get the money to get the kiln? Oh, it's like quite a bit of money. You have to make money off your other art. I wanted to know what was going on with her and Dad around the time his affair partner. Okay, Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm not reading English. I don't know why. The idea of someone hunting you down for sport, having a crush on you, is too much and too real, or pressure and terror. Just like shoot blow darts into my neck. And after that point, who knows? Who knows what'll happen to me? I swear it sounds like you're Oh. I'm just drinking from a big glass bottle. It's sparkling mountain water. Do I believe in God? Yeah, I think so. Try to have hope in something, you know what I mean? Because what else is even left, you know what I mean? Like, so I really sometimes don't even know how those people who are like, you know, like the really bitter atheist types, the Redditors of sorts, that are just like, there is nothing but black after your dad, and that's fucking it. Like, that might be kind of a freeing sensation, I feel like, initially. But, like, whenever the complete sense of hopelessness and, you know, killing of poetic nature of reality is pulled away, just completely in a nihilistic sense, like, what's even left, you know? What are you excited about for your day? Like, obviously there's things to be excited about and, like, distract yourself with, but, I mean, to face that mortalistic reality, you're gonna need something, even if it's just a nice imaginary friend, to make sense of it all. And who knows, maybe that imaginary friend will say something one day. Do you believe in doing a live stream for Saturn Soul? Well, Saturn Soul's, like, already recorded with these stories anyways, so you've already heard all of them. I'm an atheist and live life. Religion is man-made, controlling. I'm excited about my career change. Do you ever, I mean, I guess, do you just avoid the concept of, like, life after death, or does it fill you with, like, a certain sense of, like, more dread than you would imagine a person of religious inclinations might feel? And it's not like an argument, I mean, just literally from a curiosity standpoint. I used to be a doctor and started listening to you on my night shifts a long time ago. The last year I moved to different countries, started doing different degree programs, so I got busy. Now I'm back. You went from being a doctor and moved countries? That's crazy. To do something different? It's wild. Well, thank you for listening. I think either it's going to be awesome or absolutely nothing. Neither scares me. I guess that's fine too. I don't know. Like, as I get older, it's like, I used to be so worried about going to church and shit. Well, not even just going to the church, but the whole constant prayers. And I definitely felt like I had a certain sense of peace the more often I prayed in the past. That's something I just don't do as much lately. But at the end of the day, you do kind of just have to be, like, loosely comfortable with whatever the fuck happens. Because it was probably preordained anyways, right? If there is some sort of godly guy. I wanted to know what was going on with her and Dad around the time his affair partner went missing. Now, I didn't say anything about the affair. I just told her the date in question and then asked if she could remember anything unusual happening with him around that time. And at first she basically... Oh my god, yeah, maybe I just am having a seizure. And at first she basically said, "You're asking me for details from more than 20 years ago, when I can barely remember what happened last week." Now I asked her to think of it all. And at first she basically said, "You're asking me for details from more than 20 years ago. I can barely remember what happened last week." and I asked her to think on it for me, and then call me back if she remembered anything. She said okay, and then a couple of days later, she gave me a call. Now, for a woman that had once said that she didn't want to know anything I'd found out, Mom seemed really focused on asking me why I asked her that question. I reiterated that I didn't want to tell her until I knew more about the situation because at that stage, it amounted to nothing but speculation. I didn't want to worry or frighten anyone because when all was said and done, the situation might not be as bad as I feared. She reluctantly accepted, just as long as I promised to tell her when the case was closed, so to speak. And after racking her brains about it, racking her multiple brains. Okay, I'm gonna fucking switch from this text, because there's gotta be like a text made specifically for narration. Is there a text specific for narration? I remember one time my friend said that annoying man that you listen to at night. I was like, you don't understand how many times I have to go and sleep to him. You are the goat, my guy. Oh, thank you. Was it my narration that was annoying or the streams? I can understand the streams, but the narrations? How could she not like it? I really wanted one as a kid. I had real friends, but the imaginary friend idea really hit. It's pretty solid. Okay, let's think. The most optimized for eye flow, clear letter distinction, and low fatigue. Arial. Most common for narration scripts. Alright, we're gonna try Arial. Guys, we've been doing this bullshit Calibri for fucking years. Let's get some Arial in this bitch. Yeah, I'm feeling good already about Arial. The mermaid. Wingding. It's so funny, like once I saw Wingding as a child, as a font, it was just one of those things where you couldn't unsee it. Okay. After racking her brain about it, Mom began to claw back some memory of the period in question. She remembered how Dad was working a lot and how something at his job seemed to be getting him down. He seemed to get more and more stressed about it, losing sleep and not eating properly, and then one day he announced that he was headed for an impromptu hiking vacation to de-stress. Mom said he wasn't much of a hiker, and it had been organized as a team-building / de-stressing exercise by the company, so he pretty much had to attend. He seemed happy about it, as much as he could be given the status of his mind, and that he was gone for about 3 or 4 days before he came home again. Mom said that she thought that he'd show signs of improvement on his return, but apparently, Dad was worse than ever. He slept for like an entire day after he got home, seemed moody and distant for a few days, and then only basically got back to his regular self after weeks of supposedly taking it easy at work. My mom said that since she'd been thinking about it, she realized that that was the beginning of the end of their marriage. Dad was never the same again, and she filed for divorce just over a year later, after trying to work things out with him. She said that she was very interested to know what I'd found, which, again, stood in stark contrast to how she'd acted a few days before. And then when I asked her if she was sure, really sure, she said yes, before asking in a very concerned voice, "What the heck have you found?" I told her I had a few more loose ends to tie up, but then I'd give her the full breakdown of what I'd found. But I warned her it'd be upsetting at best and terrifying at worst. Now, she sounded just as scared as I was when she said okay, and then after we'd hung up, I put together a little plan of action for the following morning. I was going to call the cops, tell them I had some information regarding a missing persons case from the early 90s, and then hand over the love letter connecting the missing lady to my dad. I told them all about what my mom had said too, how Dad had been acting weird around the time the lady disappeared. But I don't think that helped much. They needed hard evidence, not the anecdotal kind. It was probably the single most surreal, heartbreaking, and depressing thing I've ever done. Report my own father for potentially being a murderer. But if it had helped solve this poor lady's case, who probably had family out there hoping she was alive, then I kind of had to, didn't I? It didn't come to anything, like my dad was never announced as a suspect or anything like that, and aside from the report I gave, the cop only called back once to confirm a few details that weren't in my statement and then never called again. Now that part was easy, but telling my mom about the affair and how the lady had gone missing while Dad was acting weird, that part was anything but. It was the one thing to find out. Okay, so that was a solid run. Mystery. Just sitting there changing your PFP left and right. Hey Joel, double space may also help if you want to get... Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, thank you. Do the... Isn't it like the 1.5 or something like that? Or format, line spacing, 1.15. Oh yeah, thank you. Good idea. Now I just live with this. Okay. That part was easy, but telling my mom about the affair and how the lady had gone missing while Dad was acting weird, that part was anything but. It was one thing to find out that he'd been cheating on her, but considering the possibility he'd been involved in this lady's disappearance was another thing entirely, and I watched her sink into this pit of depression for a while. It didn't matter if he was involved in her disappearance. It was having this whole secret life that she didn't know about, grieving some lover that she'd lost in secret, and that was the best case scenario because, in the worst, she'd been sharing her bed with a goddamned murderer for like a year after. And now I just live with this all in my head. It doesn't even mean that It doesn't even mean that Dad didn't murder that girl yet. It just means the cops haven't been able to prove it conclusively, and that's my biggest fear. That one day, I'll get a call saying that I helped solve the murder that my own damned father committed and kept secret. Salt and pepper. How do you feel about reading these stories on paper, printed? Terrible, because then I would be sitting here like, you know, you would just hear like, just fucking stupid ASMR the whole time. Little bugs crawling in your ears. But that was good. So we're gonna do Arial 1.5 for this last story. For show. Okuyasu Nijimura with the 5. So you should try and read as long as possible and start a record streak. You got to break every once in a while. Yeah, definitely. It's, you know, my record days are long behind. My record days are long behind me. They probably, if I'm being completely honest, I've probably read an entire book straight through. Didn't even blink. They called me old no blinky Joel. But yeah, that would be sweet to see how far I go. Hey Lucy, what's up, dude? Ugh. If he reads too fast, the stream is only an hour or so long. That would be kind of funny. Imagine if I just read all the way through, never stopped, never said anything to anybody, just... Do you like Lovecraftian things? I do, yeah, I really do. I think as far as like when some of my... Well, I can't say I'm not like a huge reader. Like obviously I read these stories, but I don't really think that that's the same as reading like professional writers and all that kind of stuff. But But I will be honest, like Lovecraft's prose, like if ever there was like poetry on paper, like when I would read Lovecraft, I felt like it was like almost impossible for me to like fail, because something about it just like flowed together like a surfer surfing in cursive. You guys are my favorite authors. Do you guys want me to go get some tea? Do you guys want any tea? Edgar Allan Poe. Do you ever go to any music festivals? Not in particular. The only one I ever went to was like that I can remember was like back in 2014. I went to Firefly down in like Delaware. That was fun. It's weird how fast that time has gone by since then. Hey Zella, what's up? Take a liter of cola. 1 liter. 1 milliliter. Isn't Delaware up? It might be up. Everything's down for me. I don't even know, up or down. Seeing as I'm up in space, I gotta come down in a little rocket. A little red rocket down to Earth. Okay. Do longer comp vids? Yeah, I usually do once a month. But let me go grab some tea, and I will BRB. You guys be nice to each other. See you in a second. Alright, change of plans. I got a bunch of meat sticks and soda instead. Jensen, holy shit. Welcome back for 67 months. That's crazy, actually. It was destiny. 7 inches. She asked me how much she's gonna get. I said 6, 7. How many people get used to earbuds? They hurt my ear hole. They have bone conduction earbuds now, so like you can just clip them onto your ears, and through some science magic bullshit, they can just conduct sound into your head hole. I did the math, officer. 6 in dog years is legal. Reggie. What am I eating? I'm eating a spicy meat stick. I'm eating a Mongolian guy's wiener. When I saw them in my fridge, I'm like, God damn. I was like, I was about to have some tea. I was like, fuck tea. I got meat stick. You can hear the intestines. Yeah, they're Authentico. No Slim Jim bullshit in this house. Everybody go get your snacks, guys. This is snack time. Do you guys actually like ASMR when people are eating shit? Because when I hear it, it just like grosses me out. But it's fine if you like it. It's gross. Oh, okay. I'll eat a little closer then. Okay. Now I've flicked all of my saucy fingers everywhere. Cinnabon flavored Oreos? What the hell? They're my snack for today. Let's go. Let's motherfucking go. Maybe if yeah, my microphone is just one big sausage finger. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, I think I'm gonna pass out. So delicious. That was pretty much my Thanksgiving. Late. Just thinking how depressing that would be. It's like you're a security guard, and it's Thanksgiving, but you're working like night shifts, so you just get like beef sticks and Diet Sprite as your meal. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with me? This is probably the worst thing that's ever happened to me in terms of disgust and dread. And even worse, it's something that continues to affect my family to this day. Now, a while back, I started on the road to fulfilling my dream of opening up a daycare center. Now, I don't want to stay with... A daycare center? It's in Minnesota. Mr. Revenant says he's fundamentally changing the core of his channel, so I came here instead. Really? He's come in here a few times, right, Mr. Revenant? Mr. Rev Your Engine? Let's see what he's up to. Mr. Revenant, Scary Stories. And, well, he got to 100K, that's pretty damn good. Walking Miles from Nowhere, True Scary Stories, Dark ASMR. I found out my coworker did 5 unsettling workplace stories. His thumbnails are really good. I feel like his titles are good too. After 5 years, I had to make this decision. Oh, is this what it's about? Let's listen.
Revenant channel has gone further than I ever
While
imagined.
I eat a sausage link.
You've let my voice into your homes.
This is a live sausage link reaction.
It's been an honor to be your
someone's
narrator in the darkness.
Someone's serious life decision.
One I do not take lightly. It is for that reason that I feel I owe you the truth about what's going on. If you're anything like me, you'll want to skip this, and you can. But I think you'll want to stick around till the end.
Yeah, we'll
Or
stick
you may
around.
end up confused further down the road.
This is long enough for me to
Due to
finish up.
changing policies,
Oh, snap.
I now need to move away from black screen to ensure these stories
What?
continue to reach you.
What?
The Mr. Revenant channel is stepping into a new era.
Oh, shit.
I'm moving beyond the static screens of past and into visual editions designed to immerse you deeper than ever before.
Is black
I know
screens
many of
bad
you
or something?
cherish the pure audio-only experience.
Are they racist
Your
screens?
comments do not go ignored, and I take each one to heart. After all, I started this channel because I too have issues with sleep. I would play the OG narrators
Now
in
it's
the
going to be
background.
background footage of
It is
like a
with you in mind
colonoscopy.
that I am working on creating the Mr. Revenant archives, because the focus here is shifting toward visual productions. I'll be moving our legacy black.
Well, that's a good announcement.
Hey guys,
I'm none to be ashamed of. Oh, these are good.
I need to say up front,
It's like
I'm
rain
not
and
someone who
fucking
jumps to he's a murderer
work desk.
because a guy gives off weird
Huh.
vibes.
I don't even think it's AI. It's just like really good looking compositions. Yeah, it's pretty solid. All right, anyways. Pretty much the length of my attention span is the length of this sausage link. So you better get talking, kid. Yeah, he's gonna be a pimple popper. Just disgusting explosions of cysts. You shouldn't have said that while I'm eating this amazing amalgamation of mystery meat inside of an intestine. Come on. You're gonna disgust me. Like, that'd be so fucking funny. You go on like the best date ever, hottest chick or guy, whatever you're gonna do, and like for whatever reason, whenever they eat, they just like growl like a fucking ravenous beast. Like you're inside their like cave lair. Yeah, you're really enjoying that turkey leg, huh?
What did you say?
You're enjoying your meal? Of course I am. It's delicious. Anyways, you say you work in sales. Okay. Here we go. More about the Somali daycare. A while back, I started on the road of fulfilling my dream of opening up a daycare center. I don't want to say what state I'm in exactly, but the background checks and regulations are like very, very strict. Now, I'm not complaining too much about that because they should be if a person is trying to work with kids. But I had to wait months and months filling out all kinds of forms and sending over all kinds of information, and part of the overall process was making sure that there were no child predators living in the area that I wanted to open my daycare. There's a website that you can use here to find where they live, and I do not I like turtles. Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
Going on a date with Cookie Monster. Actually, would be great. Yeah, it's like, oh, such a pleasure to be with you. It's delicious.
Cookie Monster. Hungry.
Cookie Monster gets stabbed on the public transport.
Oh, no, no. No, I give you cookie. I give you cookie. Oh.
Too bad, blue fella. Prepare to see your maker. Prepare to see Jim Hansen. Okay. There's a website that you can use here to find out where they live, and I do not recommend. God damn it. What is wrong with this?
Cookie Monster.
Okay, that should be good. Wait. Maybe 12.5. I don't know why I'm so afraid of the number 13. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. But there's something about 13 where it's just like you can't do 13 font, you can't do 13 volume. He finds out your dog's name is Cookie. Yeah. Just rips it to shreds. Can't have 13 wives. Yeah, exactly. It's just bad luck. I'm not complaining too much about that because they should be if a person is trying to work with kids. But I had to wait months and months filling out all kinds of forms and sending over all kinds of information, and part of the overall process was making sure that there were no child predators living in the area that I wanted to open my daycare. There's a website that you can use to find out where they live, and I do not recommend to use it because, holy crap, it is creepy to see just how many there are. But that's what I was used to. But that's what I used to cross-reference potential sites to make sure that it wouldn't be near someone dangerous. It literally tells you these dudes' names and little info bubbles near their homes, and I remember clicking on a couple, still cringing about how many there were. And then after clicking on one of the little icons, I saw a guy who had the exact same last name as me. Again, I don't want to say what that name is, I'm not trying to dox myself. God, dude. I can't. I hate being snotty. I wish I didn't even have a nose.
Cookie.
13's your favorite. Celebrate Friday the 13th like it's another Halloween. Like, why do sinuses even exist? Like, what's the point?
Nosferatu.
Oh my god, Cookie Monster Nosferatu would go so hard. Who are you a mod for on a different stream? Sonomi will go crash the stream. Just kidding. Again, I don't want to say what that name is. I'm not trying to dox myself, and even if I didn't give a damn, I don't want people finding my family, you know? But my point is, it's not Smith or Johnson or whatever, something common. It's actually very uncommon. I didn't recognize the guy's first name, so I was obviously very relieved too. But still... Am I Joel? Yes. Yes, that is me.
That is me. Joel Reeds.
Humans are one of my few mammals that don't have the ability to smell in stereo because our nasal cavity and chamber are not divided into two separate left and right segments. Oh, fascinating. I wonder what that would be like. Would you like to reciprocate cutaneously instead? I'll respirate cutaneously, like through my skin. Is that what lizards do, or is that what frogs do? Do frogs do that? Honestly, if we could respirate through the skin and some sort of transference of CO2, honestly, if I could just breathe through my ass, no, that might be worse. I don't know. Isn't it crazy what all the other creatures experience and how just like dimensionally different it is than us humans, that we can't even comprehend it? I mentioned to you so much, my daughter now says let's Joel instead of let's read. That's funny. Too cute. The second I asked him, he sort of says, "Who told you?" I'm sorry, I don't even freaking know what I'm looking at. But since I couldn't reassure myself he wasn't family because of the rarity of our... Oh. Okay. It's actually very uncommon, and I didn't recognize the guy's first name, so I was obviously very relieved, too. But since I couldn't reassure myself that he wasn't family because of the rarity of our name, I called my uncle to ask him if I had a relative that I didn't know about. And the second I asked him, he then says, "Who told you?" And when I said that no one had said anything to me, he then told me that he'd come over to talk about it in person. It turns out this offender guy was a relative. Okay, I think I'm actually getting... Maybe I need to switch between multiple styles of font. How much bank do I rake in with this gig? It's, YouTube pays well, man. It's the realm of advertising, right? So at some point, some genius was like, okay, you can show your product on my show, but I'm going to charge you a lot of money. He got himself an orb. Dude, I wonder if orbs actually exist. That'd be so sick if the government actually has orbs to ponder. It turns out this offender guy was a relative of ours, and the family had agreed to cut him off after the conviction, which by that point was almost 3 decades old, and he's already been released from prison. But after his explanation, it was time for my own, because he wanted to know how the heck I'd found out after all the older generation agreed the younger should never find out. And I told him about the whole daycare thing and how I needed to look up child predators. But when I mentioned where he lived, my uncle got very mad. Apparently they told him that he had to leave the state because they didn't want him to darken their name any more than he already had. My uncle said that they made sure that he moved away, but apparently he'd snuck back at some... Dude, I'm getting worse, man. This sucks. $2,000cc high-profile silicon orbs made by Raytheon. I hope so. Do you do some tongue exercises? Do you have any symptoms from reading aloud? Symptoms? Do I have any symptoms? What's a symptom? Symptom of what? Big tongue? Big old slapper? Big old slorp? Joel, if you ever lost your voice, would you get back into medical? No, dude, I would fucking rather jump on a grenade than ever fucking be a nurse again and have to just, I don't even know, clock in and fucking stare at those people. Nothing against them, I just hate them, you know what I mean? And it's not that I hate them for any particular reason. It's just that I hate them because they represent something in which I don't associate myself with at all. And that is knowing that I can do more, you know what I mean? And wearing Velcro shoes, yeah. Did you ever see your birth chart? You guys love astrology, and you've really, really genuinely made me curious as to what's all the hubbub. Because you know my birth date. What does the stars say? What have they picked? What have they pre-assigned? I'm worried that what if I see it, and then now every part of my day and life is predicated on the fact that I'm like anticipating how I should be or what I should do and all this weird shit, you know what I mean? I don't want it to turn into like some like low-key weird religious thing that's always like running as a background program in my head. If you don't want to know, don't look. Is it good? If there's good news, if you've looked at it and there's good news, let me know, because then maybe it will motivate me to like have a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's Link Wingdings. It's just, that's my future, is Wingdings. Like, what the fuck? Can't even read it. One time I read this guy's chart and he was angry because it was accurate. He thought I was cheating. Yeah, maybe. I think it's interesting, but I don't think it's like, okay, here's all the answers. Is it just sort of like generalizations? And that's why, like, it's like just accurate enough to like get people's attention to put it in a newspaper, but not accurate enough to change everyone's life. I just want to know you, I just want to know you, but no one will ever know anybody. Oh, okay. Joel was an a fire rabbit, ain't that cool? But Joel, I was a fire rabbit. You are? What does that mean? Does that mean you can like run faster than Sonic the Hedgehog? Just have a Scorpio moon, it makes so much sense. You have a Scorpio moon, it makes so much sense. Like right now, or because I mean, technically I'm a Gemini because of the June birthday or whatever. But what does it mean? Why does it all make so much sense to you guys? Why is everyone in my chat like a magi? Some type of Gandalf characters. Your moon Scorpio or your sun Gemini. Alright, Justin, can you explain this space magic to me, please? But don't spoiler. No spoilers for my life, please. Where's my sense of wonder? I guess that's true. Alright, spoil everything. Tell me everything that happens and then I'll forever wrap my life around trying to achieve it. Or not achieve it. Because I really do worry that like it's going to be like, you're going to have a life of creative wonder, but a lot of it will be a big fucking letdown or something. And it's like, what? And then it's just going to make you think your whole life is going to be a fucking letdown, you know? My homegirl was visiting and she was looking up people's animals on the Chinese zodiac, my brother, and what's his, she said, of roach, and he believed her. So you indeed aren't reading, you're just talking dumb shit again? Yeah, pretty much. The planets are constantly changing, so it happens to everyone. Maybe it helps us understand ourselves better. Can you find out if you're Anunnaki? Me? I mean, I don't... Maybe I'm from one of the outer moons. The outer poons. I hail from Saturn. No way, first lie to turn into. Well, perfect timing. They got me looking at my star squirts. My star shard. Yeah, I never really understand why people get mad at the live streams that I talk random, because like the videos always go out. You know what I mean? Like you always get a normal video later on the channel anyways, so maybe they just don't have basic pattern recognition to notice that. Astrology is just woke racism. This is true, yeah. Just white girl racism. Oh, you're this thing? I guess I can kill you now. I can legally kill you because TikTok said so. I'm a Sagittarius. I don't give a frick about star signs. Apparently that's very Sag me. Yeah. You know what's also very Sag you is whenever you, like at one point you're going to see a crosswalk and there's going to be a clown school on the corner and a bunch of clowns will be passing to like cross the crosswalk. You're going to be very, very tempted to run all of them over. But I'm going to need you, and I know you're a Sag, but you need to hold back. You're an evil boy lover? The so scorpion of me? Alright, Justin, you have been unmodded. I haven't been here in months, but I'm falling asleep stupid early, so glad to briefly wake. Yeah, good to see ya. I'm a monkey in Chinese zodiac, very racist. Oh, that's funny. That was your nickname I said earlier. I said, what's your pet name for all of us? And I called Fry Little Monkey. But it wasn't a racist thing. It was just, you know, ape-related. I've recently been literally binging your videos at work all day. Good stuff. Thank you, Isaac. Good to see you. Hope work's going good. Oh my god, Fry, since you're good at art, you should draw a monkey. That would actually be sick. I'd love to see your, like, monkey art. I don't know if you guys ever seen Fry's art, but it's literally like photorealistic drawings. You give me the monkey pass. Thanks, dude. I can ook and ook all I want. My uncle said that they made sure he moved away. But apparently he snuck back at some point and had been living a few counties over from us in secret. He asked what I was planning on doing about that daycare, and I told him I'd obviously have to find a different site. Our scumbag family member was the only one in the surrounding area, but with a daycare center, one is too many. But then right as I said that part, my uncle then responds, No. You keep your daycare where it is. Me and your uncles will handle it. I asked what he meant by handle it, and he told me not to worry, that within a week, I'd be able to hand in my completed daycare application without any child predators living in that area. Now, I had a lot of uncles growing up, and it was very much a case of them not always being my uncles. So, when the uncle I spoke to said he. I'm pure Taurus and will crush your scorpions, but I heart you. I will put you in a hydraulic press and crush you, but I promise you I love you. When you're doing your vocal warm-ups, you should just sit and repeat, Simeon Seaman, Simeon Seaman, Simeon Seaman. Hello, Simeon. Hello, Monkey Cum. Well, what does your guys' star chart say about you? Is there, like, literally anything where you're just like, wow? Like, I feel like for years and years and years, you guys talked about astrology, but nobody ever tells me what it's done for them. Like, if someone was like, I saw Jesus in the sky, and I was like, oh, what did he do? And he's like, he healed my bum-ass ankle from football. I'd be like, okay, that's pretty believable. You know? But, like, when it comes to astrology, I feel like, yeah, that's pretty much, they might as well just say peanut butter. What has astrology done for you? Peanut butter. I like to have sex with peanut butter. It's so soft. It's just a guide on how to go through life. It says you're a type A dominant angry a-hole. Dang. Quit being so mean, Christy. So when the uncle I spoke to said he was going to gather a bunch of them up so that they could handle the situation, I was so naive that I didn't hear that for what it was. When he said to... I'm starting to get dyslexic. When he called to say they'd handled it, my uncle added that I should probably wait a month or two before filing my application because they'd need to update the predator database to show that he didn't live there anymore. Before I could do that, I happened to catch a very brief news story on an offender. God damn it. God damn it. Do I like relaxing or do I find it a waste of time? Dude, I relax all the time. I'm like... But it's weird because like it does feel like a waste of time, but there's no better feeling than when you relax and you feel like you've kind of earned it and that you don't have anything for a little while. Chili cheese chips. What's up, guys? This is me and my band, Joel and the chili cheese chips. But before... My God, I'm gonna fucking go crazy. But before I could do that, I happened to catch a very brief news story on an offender that had gone missing a few counties over in almost the exact place I wanted to open my daycare. And then when they said the guy's name, I realized it was him. Our scumbag relative hadn't moved. He'd disappeared. I asked my uncle what had happened, what they did to make him disappear like that, but all my uncle would say is that they scared him so bad that he just up and vanished out of state. He'd show up again sometime in some far-off place, just not anywhere near us. But sometimes, I start to doubt that he was telling me the truth, and there's a little part of me that thinks that they probably did something way worse than just talk to him. He wasn't just an offender. He was a legit child predator, and although I never personally checked, he apparently had convictions for a bunch of different stuff like that. And so one of the darkest parts of this whole thing is that if my uncles did choose to take him out, I can't even say he doesn't deserve it. I got to open my daycare, and to this day I'm still living my dream and serving the community. And while I've never told any living Saturn stool, I was working through some pretty heavy childhood abuse. I got mine and close relatives charts read and explained everything in a way to move forward. I'd say that's a good outcome. But like, what is it? Is it stemming from like a, like even in like the Dark Souls universe, right? In Elden Ring, there is like a central god in which they can point all of the origins of their, lore too. But I feel like when I think of astrology, there's not like a central lore. Does it like originate from a specific Chinese practice? Do they have a god? Like, what is it? What is it? What the fuck are you guys talking about? No, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying, like, what's going on? Is there a book? Do they have a manual? Does it come inside every Henry Ford car in the glove compartment? Chips, cheese, and curry sauce is banging. That's fries to the Americans, by the way. Chips, cheese. Chippy cheese. Chips. Pretzels on fucking fire. You have to be okay with the idea of the unknown. Yeah, but I mean, like... But that doesn't answer the question. Asking like some wise sage. Yeah, but that makes like no sense, dude. But you know what I mean? Like, haven't you guys ever thought to like be like, what, like what if every day you woke up and you interacted with a Ouija board, right? And the Ouija board told you a bunch of shit, but you also felt a certain type of way. Well, maybe we'll just leave that part out. But the point is, I mean, do you ever kind of like wonder if what you're participating in has any sort of meaning to it at all, in a way that you should be like remotely wary of or careful of? I mean, it is the spiritual realm, right, of some sorts, whenever you're discussing the ideas of ethereally being able to tell from galaxy map that, in the future you're going to have another fucking burrito. Ooh, up in they PJs? Good question. Show of hands. It's the oldest tool that can be used in spiritual practices, but it itself isn't a religious or anything. There's even Christians who believe God uses a map for his children when designing us. I never heard that before, and I feel like in Christianity, don't they specifically say to avoid like divination and all that kind of like shit? Isn't astrology like God of War? I don't know, dude. I mean, God of War uses a couple of different like pantheons of gods. Twice a week I interact with a discombobulated voice. What does it all mean? I don't think that's a one-to-one relation with what we're talking about. Astrological charts are based on the principle the celestial house you were born under has impacts, and the more info you can get, ancient magi could predict future events from info charts. But it doesn't go back to like one specific religion. It's just kind of like, yeah, here it is. Use it if you want it. So lots of cultures have guides that give info as to what a person born on a certain day during a certain time is like. Okay, so it just is wildly open-ended to really any sort of religious practices. It's like a clock or a map. You read it and get info. The information doesn't dictate reality. What, like you can change the timeline though? Let me read this last line again. And while I've never told another living soul about what my family had to do to make sure I could open it, I can't keep it on my chest. And while I've never told another living soul about... I'm gonna go crazy. And while I've never told another living soul about what my family had to do to make sure I could open it, I can't keep it on my chest for any longer. There are books you can read, there are websites now that you can get information from, you can learn a lot about why you are the way you are. There's no religious background. So it's just like, it's almost like a death note in a way, if you think about it. It's like some random chaos demon just like dropped these star chart interpretations into the human realm, gave no like rhyme or reason or context as to why it happened, and then now it's just been like sort of perpetually handed down from human to human forever, and it just works. That was the moment you'll fully understand the implication of time travel and changing the past. This was it. This is where it all began. Do you have any kiddos? No, I don't have any. I am neither married nor kids. Maybe one day, Right now I got my cool cat, and he's really cool. And he doesn't yell at me at all about nothing. What if it's something that being born during winter versus summer could actually have some effect on how a baby grows up? I mean, it could just be genetic, right, in that regard. Like, obviously, the manner in which, like, a woman treats her body during the summer and winter months is going to be different. In the same way a drug addict treats their body. I mean, it's not to that extreme, but it's some various subtleties of sorts. You do kind of wonder. I'm sure in the same way genetics could play into that. Different schools and traditions of astrology. Western astrology is like pseudo-knowledge from Mesopotamian crap that they later mix with Greek crap. Asian astrology is from Chinese and Indian stuff. And do they all like have the same, is it all the same? Before my dad died, I asked him to pass the message on to me when he made it to the other side, and within a week of my dad dying, I got a notification on my phone, and it was for a new song by an artist I never listened to, and it was the exact words my dad was supposed to pass on. That's crazy. The more information you gain, you will realize some of the information comes from many different beliefs and backgrounds about reading the stars in the universe, even the indigenous. Totally, Joel, I agree. Always. Anyways, use my face like a seat cushion. Thanks. Alright. Assume the position. Alright, let's read the outro. Shall we? Google.com. I mean, the baby being on the outside for the first year, if they feel warm or cold during the first few years, I'm just spitballing. I mean, it's certainly something to consider. I mean, like mothers who train babies, like mothers who eat a lot of protein and like still weight lift while they're pregnant, I believe they're probably crafting some type of like 300 Spartan baby in there in some fashion. Strong sinews and proteins and all that kind of stuff. I told my grandma to leave me a message after she died, and on her birthday I got a call from an unknown number. When I answered, it said, "Your car extended warranty is about to run out." That's funny. I thought that astrology was wrong, though, as didn't they work out that we were meant to have 13 months? I'm sure I read that somewhere. Well, that's what we were talking about the other day with earlier in the stream with the turtle shells and the 13 segments on the turtle shell and like the 13 lunar cycles, you know, all being 28 days, adding up to 364 total days in a year. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sunday and Wednesday nights. And if you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul, all links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, use my face as a cushion. Fuck, I don't know. Oh, that should be good, honestly. That'd be funny. Okay, guys. Well, I'm gonna go look up my star chart. And if I don't find Polaris in there, all of you are getting the poop end of the stick. But anyways, I'm gonna go get this edited over up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access to all releases on the YouTube channel. Yeah, go check out the new true crime video. It's pinned above. Always appreciate it if you guys can support me over there. Otherwise, we'll get this up on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. I will be back streaming this Sunday, though, guys. Don't you worry. Maybe even more if I want to get that bonus content banged out. But if you want to be kept up to date when I go live, just also, besides hitting the notification bell over here, follow me on my Instagram at letsread.official. You can follow it on my story. It's a way of organizing, reading the flow of energy. Life is cyclical in all aspects, so it can become predictable by tracking something stable like planets, which are always the same pattern. I guess that makes some sense. I mean, the manner in which of linguistically translating that to human behavior and activities and all that kind of stuff, I feel like it can be broken down more into a science. Hey, there's a Nect. Guys, look. He does all the music. Go subscribe to him. Right the frick now. Anyways, you guys rock. Love you. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for goofing and gabbing. Stay safe wherever you are. Don't eat too much slop. Don't scroll on your phone too much unless you're listening to me. Otherwise, goodbye and good night. See ya.